Hey everyone, what is up? Welcome back to Higurashi When They Cry. Today we're going to be recording episode 66, which will be the 11th episode of Chapter 7. So the last episode was a big one. In terms of pure answers, probably the biggest we've gotten yet. It was a lot of decisive answers in one fell swoop, while giving you very strong leads to anything that wasn't decisively answered last time. So we're going to give a brief summary, and I'm going to try to keep it even briefer than some of the last few episodes, because of how quick the turnaround has been. I don't think anyone needs as big of a reminder. It's not like it's been a long time since the last episode. So if you need a bigger refresher, you can just go to the conclusion of the last episode. Probably how I'll do things moving forward, especially if there's a short period between videos. So anyways, last episode, what happened was we finally saw what happened to Takano and Tomitake, right? We saw as they went into the clinic after all the warnings, and from Rika, who'd gone, she'd warned Oishi, she'd warned her friends, she'd warned them, right? She warned Irie what was going to happen, and I don't want to say no one took it seriously, but Tomitake sure didn't. I'll tell you that much. And he gets into the clinic and he's betrayed by Takano, who is revealed to essentially be what I'm assuming is the villain. There's a chance she's just a villain, but I'm assuming the for now, right? She seems to be the head of this Operation Doomsday that requires Tomitake dead. It is stealing valuable documents. It requires Takano to be dead. And the end goal seems to be spreading the Hinamizawa syndrome. And what ultimately has killed Tomitake is the live version of this pathogen, right? Which instantly made him an L5. Means there could be more of this lying around, right? Which is concerning, for sure. Definitely concerning. So we're going to see exactly if anything else is done with that. We've kind of seen the villain. We're going to see what the plan is a little further in detail. We go on, we see that Takano is not dead, and so we can only assume she's still orchestrating some things behind the scenes, and we might kind of in this chapter see some of what's going on. Keiichi and Rika talk a little bit. She reads him a poem, which was, I really liked that poem, honestly. I was thinking about that today at work. Honestly, a fascinating poem. But Keiichi basically tells her you can't compromise on your happiness, and none of us want to live in a world without you. So when you're ready, come to us for help. And so we might see that eventually. We might see Keiichi and the gang try and deal with Takano, right? And get some answers. And so that's where we're picking up. We're going to see what exactly Rika's plan is to stop her own imminent demise. So let's just go ahead and jump right back into this. When I woke up, the first things I saw were Satoko and the calendar. The first one to wake up is supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the date ends up 2 days ahead. Satoko likes to tear the calendar, and that makes her wake up early every morning. It would usually make me smile, but I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22 on the calendar. It's going to happen today. June 22nd. The day I die.
おはようなのです。
Yeah, good morning. This is the day I die. Good morning.
おはようございますですわよ、リカ。二人ともおはようです。二人？あらあら、まだ寝ぼけてるでございますの？みー、さとこの他にもこの部屋に住んでいる人がいますのですよ。その人にもおはようを言いましたのです。
She's just
もう
some casual trolling. Imagine she's just casually basically revealing that Hanyu's there, but also not really.
朝から怖がらせるのはなしでございますわよ。これでさとこは今晩怖くて僕の手を握ってないと寝られないのです。
Masterful play. Sometimes I feel like Satoko can see Hanyu, and it's just fun. It's as if the three of us are living together. Why did I think it said it's as fun? Can't read. That would be a lot of fun. I just predicted that line, I guess. It was time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today, I was going to die. Knowing that, I didn't even feel like going to school. The more I've repeated the same life, the more precisely I can detect my day of death. I always die on the day I feel this way.
リカ、そろそろ学校に行きますわよ。僕は、今日はお休みしますです。リカ、ケイイチさんに聞きましたけど、何か悩み事があるって本当なんですの？あると言えばあるし、ないと言えばないです。
But is she at peace with it at this point? What else is there left to do? Today's the day. It's too late now. But part of me still feels like doing something. I've been in this world only a few days. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight, and other times I felt desperate and gave up. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when the dice all came up 6, a fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate, but here I am today, conceding to destiny. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together, but there was something he didn't teach me. He didn't teach me how to believe in that. If I don't believe that I can make a miracle happen, I won't be able to even make a crack in the wall of fate. It seems so simple, yet it's so difficult. I couldn't even decide whether I should be on the stage or stay off it and remain as a spectator. I told Hanyu that I haven't decided what to do after this world is over, but that's the spectator's point of view. For the people on the stage, this world is the only one. For them, the end of the world means the end of their lives. That's why they do anything to change their fate. That's why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough because I always knew that I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who couldn't change her own fate. That's why I ended up here again today. It's as if I slacked off on my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. What should I do? Should I not work on my assignment, knowing that I'm not going to make it on time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in big trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Miracles don't happen to homework. I have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved.
リカの好きなように過ごすといいと思いますのです。リカの大好きな窓際で甘いワインを飲むのもリカらしい過ごし方だと思いますのです。
For as much as I ripped Hanyu a bit, the last episode, I don't know. I think it's kind of sweet that she's like, I think you deserve the day. She hates when Rika drinks, but man, if knowing what's happening today, if you just want to drink all day by the window, I think you deserve that, right? You have that right. It's kind of sweet. But it seems like it's almost funny. It's like Rika's kind of lying, right? Where is it? Like, why can't I find the line? It was the line. Here it is. He didn't teach me how to believe in that, referring to making a miracle happen if we work together. It seems like all of this is like her kind of like explicitly believing that. So I feel like she might believe it a little more than she realizes that a miracle can happen with work. She might not believe it's wise to drag everyone else into it, but it seems like she's kind of thinking that maybe if she just answers one question in this world, right? If she figures out whether Takano is alive or not, right? Just as an example, then you get that much closer, right? And slowly, like, she might be building up to that idea that I kind of suggested, where you just accept that you're gonna die a lot of times, but you slowly accumulate answers, right?
どうせ怒られるなら、最後の一日も気ままに過ごそうという開き直りね。
Whereas, as ever, Hanyu's on the opposite side of the spectrum. For Hanyu, it's not about the homework. It's more about the vacation itself. The vacation will be over, no matter how much I want it to continue. In her eyes, it's pathetic for me to make a big deal out of not completing my homework, and contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. On top of that, I'm saying that I might as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework. I'm not taking that offer, and not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, but also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I was going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing so much. I didn't care what other people thought. I should have asked for their help in the first place. Those are the three options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. My 100 years were wasted.
さとこ、僕は今日、風邪をひいてしまったので、お休みしますです。そうなんですの？体温計でお熱を測ります？今日はゆっくりさせてくださいです。知恵には、僕は風邪で休むと伝えてほしいのですよ。リカ、本当に風邪なんですの？なんだか命を狙われてるような話をしているって圭一さんが言ってて、私、本当に心配してますのよ。ありがとうです。もう行かないと遅刻しますですよ。
Satoko looked at the clock, then looked back at me again.
私は今すごく幸せですのよ。
Oh, you are driving it in. Knowing Rika's gonna die today, and Satoko's like, I'm very happy right now.
みんなと楽しく過ごせて、またリカと一緒に暮らせるようになって、とても嬉しいんですの。
Man.
だから、リカがいなくなったら、私がどれだけ悲しい世界に生き続けなくちゃならないか、よく考えてほしいでございますのよ。僕の、いない世界。ええ、リカのいない世界なんて、とても辛くて悲しい世界ですわ。
I've never thought about that. I thought that the world ended when I died. I've never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern. Yeah, because that's something I was about to say, because it doesn't feel like... It feels like it makes sense that these worlds keep going, and that there doesn't necessarily have to just be one world, honestly. I'm not 100% on that, but... I mean, it would explain Chapter 4 a lot. Otherwise, there has to be some kind of scenario where they just let things really play out for a while, right? And then, like, before, like, looping. Which would mean it's not so much time looping as it is, like, world line jumping. I'm curious to see if Rika has an explanation on that, but...
だから、どうか自分をリカが思ってる以上に大事にしてほしいんですの。
It is depressing, the thought of all these worlds continuing to play out, right? Knowing that a lot of them probably end in the Great Disaster. Most of them are going to be dead in most of these worlds. And even in this one, even if it plays out perfectly and they all survive the disaster, right? They're one Rika away from their perfect world, right?
リカ一人の不幸じゃない。リカに悲しいことがあれば、私も、そしてみんなも不幸になることを決して忘れないでくださいますですのよ。
Okay, she said the same thing yesterday.
さとこ。リカ、今日はそっとしておきますけど、悩みがあるなら絶対に相談するんですのよ。仲間が悩んでいるのに自分を頼ってくれないこともまた悲しいんですから。
Satoko seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I know what she's trying to say. I realize how selfishly I've been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play. But it's too late. It's too late now. Satoko left the house in a hurry. Hanyu and I were left alone inside the house.
僕もお邪魔でしょうから、リカが呼ぶまで消えていますのです。気が利くのね。100年生きても、リカはリカです。100歳の仙人にはなれないのです。リカには、年相応に悩んで、考える時間があってもいいと思います。 僕がリカに背伸びを敷いたこともあるかもしれませんのです。
Well, unfortunately, that sentence is just not accurate. She is a 100-year-old transcendent, right? Like it's unfortunate, but the damage is done, right? Like, I don't see how anyone could live through the scenario Rika has and remain a young girl, right? Like, and mentally and at heart, you know.
羽生は悪くないわ。
I mean, there's some ways, like, at heart, you could argue she's like a young girl at times, right? Like, but mentally, she's obviously lived through so much more stress than a normal girl her age would have to. Just not the same.
私が勝手に天狗になってただけよ。僕とおしゃべりしたいときは呼んでくださいです。もう泣きつかないの？私がこの世界で終わりにするのを撤回してほしいって。リカは頑固な人ですから。言えば言うほど逆効果になりますのです。さすが付き合いが長いだけのことはあるわね。もうリカも悟っているようですから言います。今日です。悔いのない一日を。リカが何をしてもしなくても朝が来て夏休みが終わるようにこの世界も終わります。でもリカが望めば次の朝も訪れる。そしてそれはまたしても今年の6月かもしれないけれど、朝は朝。
It's interesting. I wonder how, I really wonder how literal that is. Like, this world's going to end today. Also, I think I knew this. I don't know why I thought about this. Like, that they could, I guess, rewind time to a favorable situation for them and just keep reliving this scenario, but I don't think that's how it works. Because I remember Rika saying, at points, she'd just drop into a world and she didn't remember what happened before or after. Or, before, rather. And she didn't really know what situation she was in. So I don't think that's a possibility. I don't know, why I didn't really think about that, but...
もっと小さい頃、毎日が退屈で、毎朝、起きても同じ日が繰り返されてるんじゃないかって思ったことがある。それが本当になるだけのことだしね。今日、有意義に生きてくださいとだけ言いますのです。これ以上は、僕は何も言いませんのです。多分、今日だろうと思っていたけど、あんたにはっきりと言われると答えるわね。
Hanyu being able to just know that and say that makes me wonder, does she actually have some level of foresight? In theory, shouldn't Hanyu know, what's been going on? Right? Can't Hanyu just kind of go wherever she wants? There's no way she couldn't have found out who killed Tomatake, right? Before this? I'm just thinking about that. I don't know if this is, to be explained later, a plot hole, or I'm not quite understanding the way Hanyu can just move around, right? And remember things, right? Just something I hadn't really thought about, right? I feel like there's gonna be more to Hanyu for sure at some point. It really is strange that she can just be yep, today is the day, right? And yeah, Rika had that gut feeling, right? But Rika had already suggested that Hanyu always seems to know, right? When it's coming. So I really do wonder if there's more going on with Hanyu to a degree, you know?
やっぱり終わるのね。今回も。はい、今回も終わりますのです。いつもと同じように。
Hanyu disappeared, and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework, knowing that I'm not going to make it on time? I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed my life more too. I don't mean that I should have lived my life in blind optimism. It means that I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it'll be over.
今日は生きる。
That's a very important phrase. It sounds meaningless when I say it, because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. It's a nice sentiment, at least. While Satoko was at school, I washed the dishes. Hanyu would usually stay with me when Satoko wasn't around, but she's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. I never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I'm going to die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? That's because I'm thinking about Satoko. We'll have to move on with her life after tomorrow. I'll encounter a new Satoko in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Satoko told me earlier. After I'm dead, I wonder how Satoko will move on with her life. Worlds that I've left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Satoko will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Satoko and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. I'm feeling like this because I don't want to leave this world. Dude, that's so much more depressing. That thought that it's not like a time rewind, and there are just tens, potentially hundreds of worlds where Rika's died and left behind her friends, and they've had to live with this, however brief their remaining life may have been from that point. It's somehow they made it even more depressing. Nice. This is the world that I've always wanted. It's my hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world. But I was able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night. The night of Watsunagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally saved Satoko, and all our friends assume that our happy life has returned. However, I'm going to die tonight. They will mourn for me. I worked so hard to make a miracle happen. They're going to lose their happy world in just one day. Am I going to start a new life in the next world, as if nothing happened? I'd lived 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days were going to pass in this world. That's no good. I can't think straight anymore. I couldn't stop the tears flowing from my eyes. I hugged Satoko's pillow and cried. I could smell her scent. After I die, Satoko will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else going to cry for me too? I'm sure they will. And they'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad, not because I'm dead, because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. I wonder if they're going to feel regret. Will they wonder what they could have done to open up my heart? What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble? Will they wonder what they could have done to save me? I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Satoko's pillow and continued to cry. The next moment, I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver.
どうも、おこのぎ造園と申しますが、フルデさんのお宅でいらっしゃいますか?
Oh, Lord. That means they're coming. The Okanogi gardeners. I never even thought about that.
Okonogi?
It was Okanogi from the Mountain Dogs. It was the first time I'd received a phone call from him.
緊急のご連絡がしたくってお電話させてもらいました。学校にお電話したら、今日は休んだと言われましたもので、具合は大丈夫ですかいね?
I'm not alright. This is the day I die. I knew he had no idea, but I still couldn't help but feel upset.
風邪なのです。ちょっと今日はゆっくりしていますです。
そうですか。偶然とはいえ、それは好都合だったですね。
え、
I had no idea what made him say that he was glad I was sick.
どうして僕が風邪をひくと、おこのぎの好都合になるのですか？
いえ、実はあなたの命が狙われている可能性があるっちゅう連絡が入ってきたんです。
それはどういうことなのですか？
この度の富武氏たちの事件なんですが、東京の調査の結果、入江所長が黒幕である可能性が高いっちゅう連絡が入ってきました。
Surely she doesn't believe that.
入江が黒幕？
This is the first time I've heard something like this. This isn't something that happens at random. It's the very first time. That means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something that I did differently in this world. I've done many things differently in this world, though. I can't tell which decision led me to this result. However, maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okanogi continued to explain to me. There had been budget cuts to their research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Irie was strongly against that because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. Because they were going to cancel their research, he tried to sell the research data and make a lot of money off of it.
それは本当なのですか？
I have a hard time believing she's ultimately going to trust Okanogi and, like, Takano's group, right, over Irie, right? Like, surely. Not even on some, like, I know who is really responsible for this thing, right? Like, it's not even on that. It's like, it feels like surely she would trust Irie more than the Mountain Dogs, right? Like,
信じたくないでしょうが、事実ですんで。まあ、入江所長はどこか後ろめたそうなところがありましたんよ。
I think I
たら
can,
んな感じでした。
I think I can say with certainty that Irie is not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy. He doesn't even have the guts to be one. He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he can't shake his regrets. He's simply a nice person. It's hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. I'm starting to be suspicious of Takano, but she's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okanogi works for Takano. That means I can't trust Okanogi. Okay, this is exactly what I was kind of hoping / expecting for, like, to see, but in other words, I can trust Irie because Okanogi is clearly just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. That is valid. I mean, it would be a huge mistake to, like, if you're wrong, to be like, I got told this information and that's why it's wrong, right? Like, in all fairness, right? If you take out the two parties involved, right? It is, if you're given this tip and you ignore it, that would be a pretty big mistake. Yet, it always seemed to me as though Tomitake and Irie were good friends. If Tokyo had suspected that Irie was embezzling money from them, Tomitake would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tomitake of Tokyo didn't have such a bad impression of Irie. Irie of the Irie Institute and Tomitake of Tokyo were good friends. Tomitake of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Takano of Tokyo and Okanogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. But Okanogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. This doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance, but the links don't connect from start to finish. Irie thinks he has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Irie? That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop.
すでに東京が内定に着手してますんで。また、入江はあなたを何らかの交渉の最後の切り札に使おうとしている可能性があるらしく、あなたに対する警護体制を本日よりさらに強化せよとの命令が来ました。それでご自宅にいられるんは都合がいいと言ったんですんで、すでに古出神社の周辺は山犬が3交代、20人体制で警護に入らせていただきました。
There's absolutely no way she'll be able to escape then.
もちろんご安心ください。
すごい警護体制なのです。その警護はいつまで続くのですか？
東京から解除の命令が来るまでずーっとですんで、今回の一件が解決するまでです。
That should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That's why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally. That arrangement is just like Irie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end. When you trace it the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. I mean, I just gotta say, for as much as obviously Rika probably wouldn't want to figure this out the hard way, if you have this much security from the Mountain Dogs, and you know you end up dying this day, right? Like, I'm thinking, like, in a future timeline, you don't even have to remember who killed you. Just that you died, right? While having this much security, you really gotta, at that point, you're like, okay, maybe it's the Mountain Dogs, right? Surely. And she's making a lot of good connections here. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have a few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Irie have strong ties, but they're suspicious of him. Is Irie actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive, and is she the one who killed Tomitake? You know how much more intriguing this section would have been if they hadn't revealed who it was? Obviously, like, from a meta perspective, right, like, it was very interesting to see who killed Tomitake and, like, some of the aftermath of it. But could you imagine seeing this section and you don't know what to think? You're like, shit, we're down to 2 parties. Who is it? You know? Those questions and more made me uncertain about accepting help from Tokyo. I thought Tokyo, as a single organization, would move with a single intention. But in reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple... what's the word? I see it in the political section of newspapers all the time. Ah, right. Factions. Are there 2 factions in Tokyo? One that wants to remain friendly with Irie, and one that looks down on him? That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oishi too much. If he hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I have believed Okanogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Even without Oishi's theory, Okanogi still sounded very suspicious. Irie was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomitake wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Irie isn't the type of person who would commit embezzlement. He's a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher, but that only goes as far as common sense expects any researcher to. It's nothing like criminal aspirations that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the Mountain Dogs were going to be guarding me. This is what I'd been wanting in my previous lives. But, for some reason, I couldn't be happy about it. I couldn't help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty bird cage, then they'd be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. Yeah, that's an apt analogy. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. I tried to recall more about Okanogi. Mountain Dogs have been protecting me for years. Okanogi proved his skills in many of my other lives. To them, I'm something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster. The Irie Institute is there to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control, and the Mountain Dogs are there to protect me from evildoers. So why would they try to betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. Okay, yeah, I guess in all fairness, for some reason, I thought this was like the first time she ever got protection from them. But it seems like, to a degree, she always had some protection from them, and that's why she's so trusting of them. And that's why it's so hard for her to decide who it really is. Right? They kind of made it sound like this was the first world. Like I think at this point, like, it's the first world where she's ever their focus at this point for sure. But knowing that she had prior interactions with them, right? And they'd been protecting her for years, right? Definitely changes things. Okanogi proved his skills in many other lives, right? Like, knowing that, it makes a lot more sense that it becomes more difficult to doubt Okanogi. Although, you know, you ask me, one look at his face, and I'm picking who I think the villain is. You know? I just know one thing for sure. I can't feel comfortable with the protection of the Mountain Dogs alone. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me. But I bet such a person wouldn't believe me. Wait, but what about Oishi? I've been keeping in touch with Oishi since the other day. He still thinks that the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa are plotted by the village authorities. He believes that. He might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The The mountain dogs hate the police, though. When I asked them to assassinate Satoko's uncle, they refused because he was being watched by the police. I would feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way, the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, if my suspicions toward them turned out to be baseless, more protection couldn't hurt. I'm sure that double security will keep me safe.
わかりましたです。今日はおとなしくしていますです。
I feel like definitely I understand she's fighting to keep this world, and so I gotta view it from that perspective, but if you're looking at it from my perspective of you might just have to get one answer here and move on, adding a confounding variable and the police are also there, then you really don't know who killed you, right? If you have all that security and you die and you don't know how you died, you got a pretty good reason to believe your security killed you, right? Technically they could have shit the bed, right? But if you add in the police, you don't know who did what, you know?
ええ、そうなさってくださるとうちらも助かりますんで。町へ繰り出して変なチンピラに喧嘩でも売られるとうちらも苦労しますん。
根に持たれているのです。
では、風お大事になさってください。
風の診察に診療所に行ってはいけませんですか？
万が一ということがありますんで。入江診療所には当分近寄らないでください。
I don't want her to talk to Irie.
妙な注射でも打たれやすと大変ですかいね。
入江はそんなことしないです。
しないとうちらも思いたいですがね。その疑いが解けるまでちょいとしばらく慎重にしてほしいっちゅうこってん、安城ご理解をいただきたいんですわ。
すったらんしゃもないのです。
おこのぎもいつの間にかすっかり地元言葉になりましたです。
最初は普通の東京なまりだったです。
It was so weird when like the voice changes like that in the middle of the line. I understand it's probably just like a I don't want to say a translation thing. It's probably like to do with the voice matching level. It's just kind of always jarring, you know?
直せと言われれば直せるつもりですがね。地域に溶け込むのが仕事ですから。
I finished speaking with him. As soon as I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number to the Okonomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. It felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I want to stay in this world. I don't want to leave this perfect world. I'm trying to do something because I don't want to die. I'm trying to live with all my might. I'm trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively, without drinking wine until I was drunk. Oh shit, not that I can blame you on those previous words.
もしもし、大石です。
You gotta wonder, what are the odds that her phone has been, like, tapped and they're gonna realize she called the police here? Can you, like, I don't know I don't know the logistics of land, like, or, like things like wiretapping, right? Or something similar. Is there even a, like... I mean, like, a home phone back then, you probably would have needed a wire, right? I'm old enough that I just barely remember using home phones, but I don't really understand the technology super well. Like, you'd probably be able to wiretap that, right? Like, that's how that works, I think. Either way, you gotta wonder if they have some way to listen in on the call, and that would obviously be really bad.
お待たせしてすみませんでしたね。ちょいと今から岐阜に行ってこようとしてたところでした。どうもあちらさん話が通らないんで、直に襟首を掴んでゆすってやろうと思いましてね。
岐阜、高野の死体のことですか？
ねえ、周りは勝手に納得して高野の死体に間違いないって繰り返すんですが、それで直接行って見てこようと思います。死体が高野でないと分かれば話は一気に急展開しますからね。高野を重要参考人として手配できます。幸い向こうの柔道部とは交流がありますので、大人ちょいとみっちり話し込んできますよ。
It looked like Oishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. If that body really is Takano, That would be sad for her, but it would give me reason to trust the mountain dogs. If that's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, it will give me some kind of hint. But only if I'm still alive. But really, it's unfortunate. Oishi is leaving for Gifu. Can't be around to protect me.
大石、実は変な声の電話があったのです。知らない人でしたが、村人だと名乗りましたです。
匿名の電話。
Just making shit up, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
続けてください。その電話は何と？
僕を殺そうとしている人たちがいる。早ければ今日にも決行すると言ってますです。
それは本当ですか。なるほど。それはありえない話じゃないな。わかりました。私はもう出発しなければなりませんので行けませんが、駐在にも連絡してあなたの近辺を警戒するように伝えましょう。今日はご自宅ですよね。風邪か何かですか？家にいて戸締まりをしっかりしてください。すぐに警官を行かせます。
So she got her the extra protection. This could be big.
おいさん、どうしたんすか?
Especially if it buys her enough time to figure out, like for Oishi to figure out whether that was Takano's body or not. And in which case, she might be able to take that information, hopefully forward in this life, in this world would be ideal. But if not, right, she might be able to take that to another one.
先方との約束の時間ギリギリですよ。
I still think the Massacre Chapter is bound to be a massacre soon, right? Like, unless it, like I said, unless they mean it in the metaphorical sense, right? Like I don't know, massacring any like remaining doubts, right? Like as in just like really getting to the heart of the matter. Because I mean the description of the chapter is kind of like the chapter is about like ripping this thing open, right? Like as in like the mystery, right? And so maybe it's metaphorical, maybe it's not going to be a massacre, but until I finish the chapter, I hear that boom, right? I'm just going to assume that we're going to have some deaths at some point.
今ね、フルでリカから電話がありました。匿名の電話があり、彼女の命を誰かが狙っているらしいと警告してきたらしいって言うんです。
フルでリカオですか？どうして？村のマスコットじゃなかったんですか？
連続開始事件絡みで私と接触してたことに対する警告じゃないかと見てます。本当に殺すかどうかは疑わしいが、彼女も年頃の子供です。命を狙われていると聞かされたら穏やかにはいられないでしょう。それにここで信頼を損ねると以後の関係にも支障をきたしますからね。2、3人でいいです。大至急行かせてください。
That is not enough if the mountain dogs really want to get to Rika, but
あと駐在さんにも連絡してとりあえず彼女を安心させてあげてください。
了解っす。
Rika Furude might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. I wish she couldn't let her die.
私たちも岐阜の分からず宿も閉め落としたらすぐに南沢へ行きましょう。ちょいとハードな出張スケジュールになりましたよ。
こんなの楽勝っす。
Let's lock in Oishi and Kumagai. Be a piece of cake.
こちらひばり、駐在警官が境内に入りました。R 宅へ向かっています。
了解。引き続き監視されたし。
R と接触、警官を中に入れました。沖宮署に R から連絡があったようです。自身の身辺警護を依頼したと思われます。
うちらのことは喋ったんかいね。
命を狙われているとの匿名電話があったと言っています。
Okay, so they were tapping her phone. Shocker.
作り話でしょう。また、それとは別に沖宮署から私服警官が数人派遣されるようです。
Or, I mean, they could have gotten the information from the Okunomiya Police Department, like a mole on the inside, but...
なんねん。山犬だけじゃ信用できんって国会ね。
厄介ですね。監視体制にも支障が出ます。
まさか、気づいたんじゃねえんかね。そんなわけはないとは思うが、全般に職質に注意しろと伝達。疑われたら意味ないんね。暗情警戒しろっちゅう伝えてえな。
了解。本部より全般、古出神社周辺に警察介入の動きあり、職質には特に注意されたし、今夜の決行ですが、様子を見た方がよろしいのでは。
連絡はするが、三差はやるっちゅう言うだろうな。
I'm sure she will.
明朝に R の死亡が発覚して話が進むよう、もうお膳立てが済んどるって話だ。
Shocker.
警官に不審と思われとない。もし疑われたら、おとなしを引くこっちゃん。
I wish he had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. I decided to make up a whole story. It'll all be over if they check my call history, but I'm sure Oishi won't bother doing anything like that. He thinks I'm worth protecting because I have information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here from the Okonomiya department. The officer told me to relax because he'd stay with me until then. Oishi must have thought I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. After about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plain clothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box.
状況は聞いています。神社周辺に我々が立ちますので、何かあったらすぐに呼んでください。あと、夕方になったら大石刑事がこっちに来ると言っていました。
I feel like he's gonna get here, like, just in time, right? I don't know. I'm, like, oddly confident that... I don't know. I think there's a decent chance that Rika lives through the day, honestly. Like, and that would be such a big moment for her, right? Like, if she knew her death was supposed to happen that day and she fought hard enough to even live one more day, right? I was relieved to learn that Oishi would be coming here.
どうかよろしくお願いしますです。
必ず一人がここの下にいますので、すみませんが、そのものにお手洗いだけは貸してもらってもよろしいですか？あと、緊急時用にそのものに合鍵を預からせることはできますか？
どうぞです。おトイレも貸しますです。
My house is on the second floor of a storage building. The first floor contains emergency supplies for the village. I'm happy to know that at least one police officer will be there for me. The officers confirmed their positions on the map at the shrine. One will be in the storage building, and 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. I guess preventing people from getting in. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. And in my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. I'm sure it's because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Satoko. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Satoko's uncle was a necessary event. In a way, it kind of is. It kind of solidified that bond. Although you also got to think about, like, the Mahjong incident, right? But really, I think, like, I don't think, like, he would have gone to this length alone and, like, maybe trusted them as much after just the Mahjong thing, right? I really think of the way they fought for Satoko and united the village is really a huge part of that, you know? If Okanogi was right about Irie, he wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okanogi is the bad guy, he'd be discouraged from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still going to be killed tonight? I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle as hard as possible. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. I mean, I kind of like that mindset to a degree, right? Given that it seems like it's kind of difficult for her to carry information between her lives, at times, I think it makes sense to worry most about this one, right? And if you happen to gain any information from this day, you know, that would obviously be huge in and of itself. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about.
羽生いる？いますのですよ。どう思う？今回。確かに僕もこういう展開はあまり見た記憶がありませんのです。今回はひょっとしてって思うことはやっぱり罪なのかしらね。僕は期待も失望もしませんです。
We know, bro. We know you're never gonna hope for anything. We get it.
ただ、あるがままに訪れる結果を眺めるのみです。
Hanu's still acting like a bystander. I knew she was gonna say something like that, but part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. Upon hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed, and wondered why Hani refused to be anything but an onlooker. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way, because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a similar being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times, and my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So, is Hanyu the same way? I mean...
羽生も傷つくのが嫌で期待することをやめた。
Might be getting to the heart of the matter. I've only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that, since she's lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence, but except for the fact that she's invisible, everything about us is the same. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way.
僕はリカに比べて長くを生きすぎましたのです。
She's been beaten down by time.
喜びより悲しみが後に残り、期待すれば裏切られる方が多いことを知りすぎてしまいました。
Yeah, I'm not terribly shocked that that's how she views things, but it's obviously quite unfortunate.
だからもう何が起こっても心を傷つけたいと思わないのです。だから今回の世界でも期待しないのね、私が。ひょっとするとこの運命から逃れられるかもしれないという期待を。羽生は私がどうせまた失意のうちに殺されると思ってる。
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes without saying, but Hanyu's just lived for so long, she's seen so many terrible things that she's just reached a point where she refuses to get her hopes up, because she feels that things will always inevitably end in disappointment, you know? That seems to be how she feels, which, I mean, certainly fits what we've seen of her character so far, and she's trying to protect Rika by constantly telling her, like, don't hope too much, you know? So Rika fighting is... She probably almost pities it to a degree, right? She's like, it's still not going to make a difference, and it's just going to hurt Rika all the more.
そんなことは思ってないのです。
That's exactly what you're thinking. Hanyu looked uncomfortable. She had no doubts that I'd be killed again that night. That's what it means to not have hope. But she just can't own up to it, because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings.
羽生も聡子と同じなのね。
Refuses to fight.
何かの幸運か、誰かが助けて奇跡を起こしてくれるまで耐えて待っているだけ。戦うことを恐れているだけよ。それを強さだと勘違いしている。つい最近までは私もそうだったけどね。
Hanyu looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I said.
あんたも何度も聞いてるはず。奇跡ってのはみんなで団結しないと起こせない。団結というのはつまり信じること。みんなで信じないと奇跡は起こせないのよ。
What I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh to her. I stayed quiet, and Hanyu continued to look at the floor, shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes.
触れることもできず、話すこともできない。見ているしかできない僕も、そのみんなに含まれるのですか?
To a degree, I'm gonna say she's not wrong. That's kind of fair.
リカに、どんな顛末も見ていることしか許されなかった、僕の気持ちがわかるというのですか?
There was a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyu's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that.
ごめん、やめましょう。この流れは喧嘩になるわね。自分が殺されるまでの貴重な時間を。あんた、僕もリカと喧嘩をしたくはないのです。でもこれだけは言わせて。私とあなたは友人だと思ってる。だから友人の人生が乗るか反るかという時に期待しないとか、あるがままを受け入れるとか。そのことは謝りますのです。でも期待するかしないかは 僕の心の中で好きにさせてくださいなのです。
She can be very stubborn sometimes. Anu seems weak on the outside, but she actually has a very strong moral code, one that she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks that I'm going to die pitifully. That's why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. She's been living too long and lost all of her hope. Anu told me to call her if anything else happened and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around. She's probably still watching me, as if she's watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? It's been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine. It's about to get interesting. We're gonna see if Rika's found a way to buy herself even one night. Even one night. I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Satoko. Should I write down some recipes for her in the notebook? Will she be happy if I leave a will for her? I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. If I die, they'll be devastated and wonder why I didn't talk to them. That's exactly how I felt when Satoko didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Satoko even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections. It's fine if I'm murdered before Satoko gets home, but if I'm murdered after, then would they kill her along with me? I don't want that to happen. It's bad enough already that I end up killed. If Satoko's murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. Just how much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try and reduce the silence, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanyu and my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3 p.m. School should be out soon. I'm not there today, so they probably won't do a club activity. Satoko should be home shortly. It seems I'm gonna survive until she gets home after all. If she comes home and asks me what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. That's why I've never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger, but if Satoko was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we're doomed to share the same fate. It's better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what's going on. But I'm under very strict security right now. I might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Satoko about it. It won't be so easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprised yell of Satoko's coming from downstairs. She'd returned. It sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in our home. I'd have to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I don't know how to explain it to her, or how much I should tell her. However, my thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Satoko hadn't come home alone. She probably brought, the whole gang.
ただいまでございますのよ。それよりリカ、下のおまわりさんは何なんですの？
私服警官が護衛してるなんてどういうわけよ。あんた一体何をしでかしたの？
みーちゃん聞くこと違う。一体何があったのリカちゃん。
Oh, that's also not really the right question either.
境内の中にも見慣れない人がいました。あれも私服警官ですか？
No. Oh, well, okay, yes. No, they are. I thought you noticed the mountain dogs. But they're also plainclothes police officers, right?
ただごとじゃないんですけど。
俺たち、リカちゃんが何を悩んでるのか知らないが、みんなで励まそうって思ってきたんだ。でもどうやら、そんな悠長な事態じゃねえようだな。
I couldn't stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush into my house, all asking the same questions. It made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time.
リカ、笑ってる場合じゃありませんでしたよ。どういうことなのか説明してくださいまし。どうもこうもないのです。 今日は僕が殺される日なのです。
Yeah, there's nothing to explain. I'm getting murdered today.
はぁ？
Everyone already knew that I'd been telling people about how I was going to be killed, but they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth.
なあリカちゃん、俺は確かに昨日リカちゃんから聞いた。自分は誰かに殺されるみたいな話をな。でもそれはリカちゃんの冗談みたいなもんだと思ってた。だがな、もうごまかすのはなしだぜ。話してもらうぜ。
Keiichi spoke with a harsh tone, as though I'd made him upset. As my friend, he must think that it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only one feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces.
リカ、私はみんなに助けてもらいましたの。
And yet, when you won't reach out to them, even when they tried to reach out to you, you know?
だから私もみんなのために何かの助けをしたいんですのよ。気持ちだけで嬉しいのです。リカが自分で私に言いましたのよ。戦う勇気を持てと。あなたは自分でそう私に言っておきながら実践していないではございませんの。
Oh, that's actually she is, but like to a degree, but she's just scared to bring her friends into it. She's like trying to fight her fate, but Satoko pointed out something that I've already realized. I had no way to argue back.
リカちゃんは話せば巻き込まれるって言ったんだよね。リカちゃんが話さなくても私たちは巻き込まれる気でいるんだよ。
I deserve to know at this point.
そうさ、俺たちは仲間で部活のメンバーなんだよ。リカちゃんの危機はメンバー全体の危機さ。
I just wonder if she even talks, right? How much does she tell them? I mean, does she be like, yeah, so I literally hop between worlds? And no, I'm gonna die for that reason, or is she just gonna make up some story, right? Like, is she gonna continue to lie about the anonymous phone call?
かつてサトコが危機だった時もメンバー全体の危機として戦った。それと同じだよ。
命を狙われるとか物騒な話になればますます園崎家の出番だと思いますけれど、それこそ物騒な話に及ぶなら警察より頼もしいですよ。ねえおね。そうだよ、こういうことこそ相談してほしいね。何をトラブったの？リカちゃんを殺すって脅迫するなんてとんでもない野郎だよ。
まあリカちゃんの口の重さを見る限り心当たりがないのか薄いのかのどちらかだな。
Correct. We have some ideas, but
相手が分かってりゃ楽な話なんだからな。
みんなは鋭いので僕が何も話さなくても勝手に話が進んでしまうのです。
I don't know that I'd say everything, but they certainly have already deduced a lot.
リカ、はぐらかさないでほしいですわよ。ちゃんとお話しなさいませ。一体何があったんですの？これはどういうことなんですの？警察が来るなんてよっぽどのことですのよ。警察には話せて、どうして私たちには話してくれませんの？
I mean, I feel that's a pretty normal reaction when your life is threatened. But, you know, obviously this is a different scenario, but generally speaking, I can't say if I felt like I was imminently in danger, I'd be calling up the homeboys, be like, yo, someone might kill me. Before I call the police, I'm like, yo, someone's about to come kill me, right? Like,
私たちには話しにくい理由なの？
yeah.
リカに話しにくいようなやましい理由なんてあるわけありませんでしたよ。
Unfortunately, you don't know her quite as well as you think you do.
落ち着けサトコ。リカちゃんはこう見えても御三家の当主なんだぞ。お社様の生まれ変わりなんて呼ばれて年寄り連中に盲信されてるんだ。俺たちの想像のつかないところで何か厄介なことに巻き込まれていたということもあるかもしれない。
Well, ain't that the truth?
そういうゴタゴタをこれからこの村で楽しく過ごしていこうっていう俺たちに話したくなかったとか、そういうのじゃないのか？
Pretty close.
村とリカちゃまに関わるヤバい話ですか。となるとお社様を盲信する年寄り連中の絡みとしか思えません。
Technically kind of true, but not really.
ってことは時期的に考えてお社様のたたり関係か。
That one is true.
あれだ。富武さんと高野さんが殺された件絡みじゃないかな。
Bang!
どうして富武さんたちが殺された事件がリカちゃんに関連してリカちゃんが命を狙われなくちゃならないの？話が突飛すぎるよ。
Not really. It's all one big plan. Obviously, I can understand why they wouldn't think that, but
命が狙われてるって時点で十分話がぶっ飛んでる。
and when the hell was the last time Rika even said a word?
俺たちが普段知る以上のしがらみがリカちゃんにあって、それを話せないってことなんだろうな。ビンゴだろ。あまり楽しい話じゃないから、むしろ仲間には話せないってんだろ。
Yeah, I mean,
信じられないですわ。本当なんですの、リカ。何か村とか富武さんたちの事件とかそういうのが関係していますの？
I mean, not in the way you might be thinking. I remained silent, but with my mouth open. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask, and I'd eventually hit the nail on the head. It was more surprising than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me. They stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. I knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seemed so foolish now. And so, I decided to just tell them everything.
話せと言うなら話しますです。
How much everything are we talking?
でも、どうせ信じられませんのです。
Shit, she means everything.
信じるさ。リカちゃんが真実を語る限り、俺たちは疑わない。
We'll see. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so, going to tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not.
なら、話します。多分、私は、富武と高野を殺した犯人に狙われています。
ってことは、それって連続開始事件の真犯人ってこと？
それはわかりません。ですが、その可能性もあります。意味がわかりづらいですわね。
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's telling them everything.
どうして富武さんや高野さんを殺した人がさらにリカも殺さないといけませんの？
Oishi thinks Takano is the culprit. Okanogi thinks that Irie is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I can't tell if it's Takano or Irie, but I do know that to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to talk to them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Irie clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. But who would ever believe it, if not my friends?
話せば、みんな巻き込まれますです。いいのですか？
いいに決まってるぜ。リカちゃんが巻き込まれた時点で、すでに俺たちも巻き込まれているんだからな。
Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words.
では、話しますです。
I'm going to see how everyone reacts. I'm going to ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain.
ひなみ沢には、ある特別な病気があるのです。
Shit, we're just getting into it.
その病気の名前は、仮なのか正式なのかわかりませんですが、ひなみ沢症候群と呼ばれていますです。
Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It's the general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. Holy shit, how did I not connect that ever? Wow. Wow. I completely forgot about that. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onigafuchi. The villagers believed that they'd be cursed by Oyashiro-sama if they left, and people who did often came back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness, but during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture, it was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's the result of some kind of physical disorder, and it causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are three categories of externally caused mental diseases: dramatically induced, substance-induced, and chemical imbalance-induced. Dramatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. Last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influences the brain's functions. This may seem odd, but I said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We've all experienced the way in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. Yeah, no kidding. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Everyone should know, logically, that the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body is necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete, wow, that word cooked me, abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When that gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to have not only a physical sickness, but also a mental sickness such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. They get mentally ill when that meat is defective. Well, I mean, it's a kind of a reductive way to put it, but it's, at the end of the day, it's a very simple way to put it. And pretty true, you know? The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there's a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that, if its hosts stray too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. Hosts? I mean, it's a pathogen. Everything has, like, they all have hosts. I'm just wondering if we're going to go parasite. Please. The villagers' belief in Oyashiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onigafuchi village knew about this syndrome. They knew that they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and an extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oyashiro-sama says that the blood of humans and demons was mixed together, and that Oyashiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd be cursed if you didn't follow Oyashiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mention that as long as you followed Oyashiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. This is what was meant by the scripture in Oyashiro-sama's legend that said they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part, the rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oyashiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were probably performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. Wow, I mean, I guess and dying, but, you know. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community, so that people wouldn't suspect one another. Close enough. Since the terror of Oyashiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashiro-sama isn't even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore, and is only worshipped as such in Okonomiya's Hirasaka district. Now, for the other condition. This one is much clearer and was practiced more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However, long ago, they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It's also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. Fuck, that's so obvious now that I'm thinking about it. Oh my goodness. No, I should have known that, actually. Literally just yesterday, right? After the last episode, I was rereading, like, some of my notes, like, just for fun, right? To see, like, my answers and whatnot. And eventually I kind of started thinking back to, the intro, the dream where he, like, heard the rapid apologies, right? And I didn't even think about it. I didn't know what to make of that, right? So I just kind of was like, whatever, move on. Probably not important. But no, it was indicative of the fact that he was already, wow, he was already sick. That's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time and kept on apologizing over and over. Although, no matter how much he apologized, he never heard her voice. That's wrong. This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oyashiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. It's kind of crazy. Keiichi actually did hear it. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed on as advisors to the government, since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideal as blowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. This secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I knew for sure is that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, one with strong power to indirectly influence the government and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self. But it didn't totally become a shell, it culled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continued to believe that Japan had been better before the war. They were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. He approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan had no nuclear armaments due to the three non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number one priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So, they enlisted one young researcher, Kyosuke Irie. I need to make it clear that Irie isn't some far-right supporter of the secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. But researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young. With his other option being wearing down his youth, working hard at the night shift for a local practice, he wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease, and he developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, manage the research progress, and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease exists at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare and owned by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small, elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. This was a worldwide trend since the Cold War. Everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police had been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened when Rena laid siege to her school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport 2, and later changed their name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes they can't use, small, elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war, so in 1977 they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. We are getting just a lot of... This is a big info dump. But, I'm glad to see it. Just big info dump. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their Special Forces Task Force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known Special Forces units in Japan. When they heard a phrase like Special Forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the helicopter squad trained in gun battles was headed there, but was recalled because the suspicious boats sank. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentioned the SST or any other Special Forces unit. All of these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. But since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, these special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There's still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on Irie's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believe that the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality, the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things that the Sonozakis were accused of. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. With the spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide, since they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. Yeah, we've seen that one firsthand in Chapter 1 with Keiji. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. The last important person is Jiro Tomitake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outlined requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Irie, too. He also got the observation report on Irie from Takano. That was his main purpose. Irie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know why honestly, I just never really looped things back to the dam conflict. I was, legitimately convinced there for a hot minute that Tomitake was actually the one behind the murder of the construction chief, but that makes more sense. Their research made rapid progress after that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo's been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders and shadows behind Japan's government who ruled from the center of Tokyo began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. It's still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambitions to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities toward the economy, international affairs, and education. That doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research, but for the present-day Tokyo, Irie's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in his project, and they announced that they're going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, Irie objected to that plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Okanogi was talking about. Irie is in disagreement with Tokyo. Irie's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's even starting to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Irie's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with Irie through Tomatake, and they decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease, and destroy all the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyways, so Irie accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, Irie considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the villagers to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and Irie agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Irie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that Irie is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomatake, and as her trump card, she's going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa, and we are just still going. Holy info dump. Whew. I mean, we've got a lot of good information, and a lot of it makes sense, right? I think some of the relevant information we got there is that, I mean, first of all, in Chapter 1, Keiichi just got fucked, man. Right? He got infected extremely quick upon coming to the village, and when he went to the funeral in Chapter 1, which we didn't see in other chapters, I assumed it happened, but it doesn't seem that it did. When this happened, he got sick, right? And that's part of what sets off the disease, right? That's interesting. Okay, so it seems to a degree I misunderstood Hinamizawa syndrome a pretty decent amount. We'll see if there's more information that somehow points it back in the direction that I was, but my whole idea of like, I guess it kind of ruins your, like, it's something you catch here and it just kind of lies dormant until you're like severely emotionally unstable, and then you start to have that persecution complex, which, to be fair, that actually is a little true, which is why they said like they have to garner that sense of community to fend off suspicion. And so it's kind of true, but it was more like I did the wrong work and got the right answer, right, to a degree. I didn't fully understand why that was the case. I mean, I understood that sense of like paranoia and like that. I mean, I never used the words persecution complex, but I feel like I kind of described it. I mean, paranoia is pretty close to a persecution complex. It's not quite the same, but it is often the same, right? That whole fear that people were always out to get them, right? And that the world is against them. But we got that information that Keiichi got sick in Chapter 1 before the chapter even began, so I will say that absolutely cooks any idea I had about this being like a 3-day process, and that's why the Oni Kakashi was 3 days every time. I do still think it's it's still like strange. Like I don't know if I can call it a coincidence that it was like basically always exactly 3 days before the L5 symptoms like really start to show up. That they had talked with Takano, or not 3 days before the L5. 3 days before it becomes really obvious that they've become paranoid, right, and like physically ill, right, and then 3 days later they're L5, and so I mean, like, I don't know, that's either a crazy fucking coincidence or it's going to come back later. I would say, like, one of those, like, I don't know, and I don't know which of the two it is, honestly. But either way, that might, yeah, and that probably cooks my my days theory. Unless again, it's like, yes, he had the disease, but it was still mostly dormant, and just wasn't gonna flare up until Takano did something. Which is possible. We might get the answer to that eventually. But also we learned that a lot of the things that the Sonozakis are attributed to was actually the Mountain Dogs. Spent a lot of time talking about special forces. I think basically to say that there's a lot of special forces, and the Mountain Dogs are one of them. And that they did a lot of those things, and kind of conveniently used the Sonozakis as the you know, to blame. They also mentioned some things about the disease itself, and the relationship with Tokyo. I think the whole militarizing it thing is obviously pretty important, and how they're no longer trying to do that. They were trying to do that, but they're no longer trying to do that, and that's where a lot of the this issue is coming from, is that the nature of the research is changing, so the budgets are changing, and so that's why there could be drama here. A lot of interesting stuff there. I just kind of went through it as we were going, you know, figured I'd recap some of what I felt was kind of important. Alright, let's go back here. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly, members of the Furude family have the blood of a Yashiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that a Yashiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with a disease. However, that's actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens, to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. For the demons, the pathogens, to survive, a certain being must be present. So it just, like, they all die if Rika dies? Is that just the cause of the great disaster then? That doesn't make sense. If that was the cause of the disaster, it would have happened in chapter 2. So that doesn't really make sense. Unless there'd have to be something more to it. Right? Maybe if Rika's found dead? I don't know. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of a Yashiro-sama and the coexistence of humans and demons is that a Yashiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to Irie's research, Rika is adored by the whole village not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. Whoa, okay. We're talking queen? Okay, no. This is a parasite. Like, this has gotta be a parasite, right? This has to be a fucking parasite. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Irie says that this is done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Irie calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to the people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen, not from the village itself. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yuri's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa, and infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value the village placed in the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving in the priesthood, although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. If all this is true, then the question is what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village. During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo not only because Irie found many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. It would happen too fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They'll each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. This is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. I mean, like, yeah, I picked up on that much, but like... Again, then, like... Why in Chapter 2 when she's dead? Then why would the disaster not have happened? That's what's really getting me. Because it felt like the most obvious explanation in 3 to me, right, as to why the disaster was happening, is that Rika was dead, and I mean she was found dead, but like again by that same logic, why, like Chapter 2? I don't know. Let's just move on for now. See if there's an explanation. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison Toмотake was found dead of the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered, though I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I've suspected Irie and Takano, this was my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. It's possible too that Takano is the victim and Irie is the bad guy. The mountain dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in which case I could rest assured with a fresh, unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I never had thought it would make such a big difference. Dude, how long until we see their faces and they're like, what the fuck? I wonder if they just kind of, like, are they gonna believe that? I wonder if they're gonna just take this as it is, or... that's difficult. That's difficult. They didn't specify anything on the whole Chapter 2 thing, so I really wonder if maybe it's more like when, like, Hinamizawans, or infected Hinamizawans know that their queen is dead, that's when the great disaster happens and they all, like, self-destruct, right? I don't know. Because, like, I don't know if it was ever publicly said that Rika was dead. I don't remember or not. Because that would just, like, contradict the whole, like, she dies, like, queen dies and they all self-destruct thing, basically. Which right now, it makes sense that would be the disaster. But I don't know. There are a lot of things I got really right, and so far, this is one of the things that I think I had the least understanding on, all things considered, was, like, the nature of the disaster and the disease a bit, right? I mean, I kind of understood the disease decently well. Like, there were a lot of details I had wrong, it seems.
僕の話はこれで終わりなのです。
As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. That's only normal. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person.
さとこ、僕たちが毎週診療所に研究のお手伝いに行っていますですよね。
Why do you think that is?
あれは 入江の研究に協力しているだけではないのです。聡子の治療のためでもあったのです。
そうだ、そういえば聡子が病気みたいなことを言ってたよな。
私が理科の話なら私だけじゃなく、この村に住むみんながその怪しげな病気にかかってることになるんじゃありませんの？
But there's like levels to it, clearly.
でもどうして私だけがお注射しなくちゃいけないんですの？
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely levels to it, and that might be kind of what I was getting at earlier with like, I might not have been wrong about the like the days progression to a degree, right? Like, where it'll like gradually worsen over the course of especially like a few days, potentially to some kind of stress response, which might be what it is, because otherwise, yeah, why is that the case?
監督の作っている新型の栄養剤の実験じゃないんでございますの？聡子は一度末期症状を迎えてしまっているのです。だから日に2回のお注射がないとすぐに症状がぶり返してしまうのです。入江は聡子を救おうと特に熱心に研究してくれていました。でも毎日2回の注射をしなくてもいい体にはどうしても戻す方法が見つけられなかった。でもいつか見つけると意気込んで今日も熱心に研究を続けてくれていますです。冗談じゃないですわよ。
Were it so?
私たち貧乏だから監督の怪しげな研究に協力してお金を恵んでもらってるんじゃありませんの？あんな注射一生やれなんて冗談っぽいでございましてよ。
Sadako looked upset that she'd been completely ignorant of all this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Her fake laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. Keiichi opened his mouth to speak.
その注射を一回でもしないとあの日みたいになるんだな。
There was a day where she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated, and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. Once she feels that way, there's no turning back for her.
そうです。だから僕は聡子がお注射を忘れないように毎日しつこく言っているのです。そんな信じられませんわ。
Yeah, I mean, this is really rough for Satoko in particular, right? Like,
大体何なんですの末期症状って。私だけそんなの嫌ですわよ。どうして私が
really bad luck.
いつそんな末期症状になったって言うんですの？
Satoko's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Satoko's starting to remember something she's not supposed to.
ごめん、聡子。思い出さなくていいのです。あれは事故なのです。聡子は何も悪くないのですよ。
Is it the breaking the figure thing? Like the statue of Yashiro-sama and the shed? Like that one tip?
嘘ですわ。リカは全部嘘ばっかりなんですわ。
The others probably had no idea what Satoko was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends. Rena gently touched Satoko's shoulder. She gently touched mine too. Yeah.
私たちはリカちゃんの話ちゃんと信じてるよ。
Maybe telling Satoko that was a little much. At this stage.
ありがとうです。
Like too much all at once, you know?
そして今まで自分一人でよくそれだけの大変なことを背負ってきたね。
And she didn't even mention the fact that she keeps reliving these, like, days, months, years, right? Different worlds. And didn't even get to that.
リカちゃんは偉いよ。たった一人で今日まで人に言えない秘密を背負ってきたんだね。
I never thought Rena would say something like that to me. My eyes were filling up with tears.
人に話せない秘密を背負うってのは悲しくて重いよね。
Oh, yeah, we saw that one with Rena in Chapter 6.
私のはリカちゃんに比べたら全然大したことないけどさ、少しはわかるつもりだよ。
そうですね。お姉もよく頑張ってます。お姉になすりつけて楽させてもらってるからよくわかりますよ。
みんなは僕の話を疑わないのですか？
That's an insane story to believe, and I mean that's I mean pretty big that they have that much trust in each other. I mean, you know, Satoko doesn't seem to be accepting it, but that's understandable. Really though, she hasn't even mentioned the craziest part. I don't know if she can mention that part.
どうして疑うんだよ。
Mention Hanyu and going between worlds and reliving this.
全部信じるって言ったじゃねえか。むしろ村の秘密が解けたような気がして、俺はすっきりしたくらいだぜ。そのひなみ沢症候群という病気は感染症で、村に住んでる人はみんなかかってるのかな？
はい、みんななのです。でも昔とは違います。鬼が淵村の頃に比べると、この病気はとてもおとなしくなりましたです。だから別に遠くへ引っ越しても平気ですし、旅行だってへっちゃらなのです。
Meanwhile, Keiji got cooked within a few days.
ただし、ものすごく低い確率で発症するってんだろ？
Yeah, so that's the question. So what really triggers it?
俺、怖くてもう村を出られねえな。
もし病気にかかっても、簡単な心構えで病気は抑えられるのです。それはとても簡単だけど難しいこと。
If you think you might be suspicious of someone, don't be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it'll be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, we'll never have to worry about this disease. It's so funny that the actual way to prevent this disease from going any further is the power of friendship. This disease starts with anxiety. Honor people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant to the disease.
なんだ。
Meanwhile, there's Rena.
なら私たちは全然平気だね。
This actually does beg the question of how the hell Rena doesn't need these shots. How far away did she live from Hinamizawa? And she went like batshit crazy. How is she fine?
だな。俺たちは仲間で、部活メンバーで、間違っても仲間を疑ったりするもんか。だからリカちゃんの話、俺は丸ごと信じるぞ。そんなヤバい話をすれば、俺たちがその山犬って連中に消されるかもしれないって思って、ずっと言えなかったわけだろ。
I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room. But if Okanogi overhears this conversation, they will definitely kill not only me, but all of my friends tonight. That's true no matter who my enemy is.
ま、だとすると、すぐに部活メンバーは臨戦態勢に入った方が良さそうだね。
Glad someone here is locked in.
状況を整理しよう。リカちゃんを殺すと大惨事になると信じてる連中が、リカちゃんの命を狙う可能性がある。間違いないね。
可能性でなく、必ず殺しに来ますです。
You know what? I'm thinking about the great disaster, what it might actually be. Thinking about it now. It might be like a mass onset of symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome. Especially because it is not as simple as kill Rika, everyone blows up, right? It is not that simple, right? And actually it explains why Keiichi lived, now that I think about it. Because it was already okay, I think everything finally clicked. I think it finally clicked for the disaster. So I think what happened is that essentially, and I'm thinking about chapter 3, and chapter 2 will come into this. In chapter 3, Rika is killed, and she is like displayed, right? And we also see this, right? As their plan for this chapter is to put Rika out to be found, right? And so they've already talked about this whole garnering suspicion thing, and displaying Rika like that will make people suspect their neighbor, right? They might be like, oh my god, this person did it, this person did it, this person did it. And suddenly everything starts going crazy. The moment one person loses it, right? It could easily kind of become a chain reaction, right? Of like, Keiichi did this, right? Satoko was going cuckoo, right? She was going cuckoo. She blames Keiichi, and she spread the gospel, I'm sure, right? Like, she was yelling in town about this, right? Like, people heard this. And so it might have made them start suspecting Keiichi, and so they develop a persecution complex, and like, what if they're next, and yada yada, and so on and so on. And it's kind of like a chain reaction almost, right? And the reason Keiichi lives is because he's asleep. He's knocked out the whole time. How can his like get triggered, right? If he's unconscious, right? He couldn't, right? They mentioned in one of the tips after chapter 6 that there was evidence of there was good reason to believe there wasn't truly a gas leak, right? There would have been signs, right? Like the wildlife would have been decimated, like the plant life would have been decimated, but it wasn't, right? And there should have been like marks, and like none of this was there. None of the evidence of this gas leak that happened was actually there, right? And so it kind of could just make sense that it was a mass onset of the symptoms, which also ties in with chapter 2, because in chapter 2, they're like, they don't need to be suspicious of anyone. They know who did it, right? Or, they're technically wrong. But they have a clear target, right? Like, this person did it. Like, if it's ever even revealed, there isn't much, like, suspicion to be had. But I don't know. I think that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like the Great Disaster might have finally clicked in my brain. It might have finally clicked in my brain. I kind of went on a tangent there. But it just finally, the chaos and destruction thing, I just kind of had that last, little thought about it, right? Because this whole episode, obviously, I've been like, that doesn't make sense. But I think it might have finally clicked.
どうかな、リカちゃんが切り札ならそんな簡単に切っちゃう？そうでございますわよ。切り札は殿下の宝刀。向かないうちが花ですもの。
You gotta spend it eventually. Satoko's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. I guess maybe she realized the implications still at stake here, right? Or the implications of everything that's gonna happen, right? Everything that's at stake,
甘いですね、サトコ。切り札は2枚以上あるときに限り、すぐ1枚切ります。そうだね。人質は複数で初めて成立する。一人の人質の価値は複数の時に比べて格段に落ちるからね。
Ask Rena, she knows.
とにかく向こうの状況がさっぱりわからねえ以上、殺されないなんて楽観はありえねえな。
Everyone nodded in unison.
みーちゃんは山犬って人たちをどう思う？敵かな？味方かな？
それは問題じゃないだろうね。僕は善良な狼ですって人に羊の番を頼むかい？
疑わしきは黒でございましたよ。その東京とかいう連中と全く関わりのない人たちに助けを求めた方がいいですわね。
Police and the Sonozakis really probably are our best bets.
だな。その意味ではリカちゃんが即警察に応援を求めたのは迅速ないい判断ってことになるぜ。大石さんは俺たちの味方なんだよな。
はい、大石には全てを話してはいませんので、僕の命を狙っているのを連続開始事件の犯人、つまり村人の誰かだと信じてるようです。大石さんにも真実を話した方がいいと思うな。
Can't wait to explain that to him.
大人の力は重要だよ。リスクのある一手ですわね。かえって嘘くさくなって手を引かれるとまずいんではありませんの？
We're dead.
いや、大石さんには話そう。あの人、今年が定年で、昔殺された友達の仇を討つ最後のチャンスだって言ってた。だからきっと、どんな嘘くさい話でも信じてくれると思うんだ。
Maybe just leave out the bit where you know exactly who killed his old friend and guys kind of dragged him in for testing and research. Maybe leave that bit out.
大石さんは聡子ちゃんを助ける時にも警察の立場でありながら私たちに協力してくれた。頼もしい味方になってくれると思うな。
よし、大石には話そう。で、大石は今はしょ？
いえ、岐阜に行っています。
Yeah, there's more to this story that hasn't been explained. Takano might not be dead.
高野の死体を確かめに。
ああ、岐阜の山の中でしたっけ？ドラム缶の中で黒焦げって話。でもなんでわざわざ大石ともあろう人が直々なんでしょうね。
高野の死体が違う可能性があるらしいのです。岐阜が協力的じゃなくてあやふやなことを言ってるらしいです。
その山犬って連中は機密保持と情報操作が仕事じゃなかったっけ？
Sure do.
私はなんだかその死体おかしいなって思うね。というかあの人おとなしく焼いたくらいで死ぬとは思えないんだよね。
Yeah, someone tell me the fires of hell couldn't contain that woman.
もちろん入江が黒幕で高野を殺した可能性もありますです。山犬のおこのぎはそうだと言っていますです。
監督が黒幕ってことはねえだろう。
Yeah, they seem to definitely be on side Irie. Like,
あの人は悪い人じゃねえと思うんだ。
そうですわよ。目と意とどう発言禁止にしてくれれば基本的にはいい人でございますのよ。
that's real.
私もひなみ沢ファイターズの幽霊マネージャーとして監督は黒幕なんて玉じゃないと思います。どっちかというと利用される感じの人です。
Which is the exact reality of it.
いい人すぎるというか。
はあ、誰も高野さんの肩を持ってあげない。
いやさ、監督と高野さんどっちが悪い人ですかって聞かれたらなあ。
Yeah, I mean, when you got two real options.
高野さんが聞いたら怒りますわね。
Would she? I feel like she'd be like, oh my god, they think it was me? They thought I was the one responsible for Yashiro-sama's curse? Bless up. She would love that. Everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they're after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible that they'll all get involved in this mess, and they know that. Very possible that they'll all get massacred? Just saying. That they could still laugh is really significant, I think. I started laughing along too.
客観的に見て高野さんだけ岐阜で死体が見つかるのがすでにおかしいよ。富武さんを殺した風に偽装するなら死体は絶対に見つからないところに隠す。
Yeah? Yeah, that's kind of what I said too, right? Her being found isn't like a coincidence.
山中で野焼きなんて
By design.
見つけてくださいって言ってるようなもんだもん。
うん、レナもそう思うな。警察の管轄の及ばない県外で見つかった身元の確認しにくい焼死体を高野さんということにしようとしている気がする。その山犬って人たちはそういうのが本職なんでしょ？
なら構図が見えてきたぞ。
Yeah, it might be their specialty, but they fucked up.
山犬ってのは高野さんの部下なんだろ。山犬の隊長は監督が黒幕なんだって主張してるんだろ。高野さんと山犬ってのはグルだな。
富武さんのあの死に方は監督が殺したと思わせるためなんですわね。
Yep.
そしてそれがわかるのは東京だけ。そして本当の黒幕の高野さんの死体も見つかり、
So she couldn't be suspected.
監督は東京に2人を殺したことを疑われて濡れ衣を着せられる。なるほど、これはなかなか凝った罠でございますわね。
If the trap master said it was well planned, you know they cooked.
爪がいまいちでございますけど。
Okay, Satoko, we'll let them know the holes.
その濡れ衣ってのにも山犬って連中が関わってそうだね。
なあ、そうと分かったら監督に直接話を聞いてみないか。
You are not going to be able to do that.
その方が早いぞ。
I mean, you might be able to call him and get him to come here, and with police protection, Mountain Dogs either have to make their move immediately, so you're really going to want more police here, right? Or they're going to have to let him in and you'll be able to talk to him.
そうだね。監督が真実を話してくれるか嘘をつくか。
Horrifying ability.
私目を見れば。
ああ、レナさん嘘に敏感ですよね。
入江は山犬が監視していると言ってましたです。
There's a 0% chance they let them come together.
電話しても 出られないか話せないかかもしれませんです。
なんだなんだ、聞けば聞くほど監督は濡れ衣臭いぞ。
Yeah, right?
というか監督の身に危険が迫ってるんじゃないのか。
He's gonna take a suspicious amount of sleeping pills tonight. Or tomorrow.
うん。私が山犬で監督に濡れ衣を着せようと思ったなら、
I'd have him commit suicide via sleeping pill.
余計なことを言われる前にご退場願うね。
死体に口なしだね。どうしよう。大石は岐阜の話が終わったらすぐに戻ってくると言ってましたです。だから時間はわかりませんが、今日必ず来てくれますのです。
As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 p.m. and starting to get dark.
なんだか腹が減ってきたと思ったらこんな時間なんだな。
We'd usually call it here if this was a normal day, but everyone decided to stay until Oishi came back and discuss what to do.
ごめんねリカちゃん、お父さんに帰りが遅くなるのを電話しないと。
そうだな、俺もお袋に電話しないとな。
Yeah, I might not ever be back, Mom. Sorry to inform you.
あ、私もばっちゃんに今夜は出前でよろしくって電話しないとな。
Call some backup!
こんな時間に抜け抜けとそんなこと電話したら
Get some
後でこってり絞られますね。
get some goons for us, please. While you're on the phone.
あと警察の人たちの夕食も考えてあげないとね。本家のツケで寿司でも頼むかね。
Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs were empty after all. The same should be true of those officers too.
リカ、うちも出前にしますの？そんなお金の余裕はありませんでしたよ。
You got the Sonozakis, you got that kind of money.
さとこ、みんなに自慢の野菜炒めでも作ってあげたらどうですか？
Our sushi at home.
無理ですわよ。こんな大勢になんか作ったことありませんわ。
Well, you about to learn. And no getting soy sauce.
さとこの野菜炒めか。指さえ入ってなけりゃぜひ食ってみたいな。
レナもさとこちゃんのお料理久しぶりに食べたいかな。
At that point, the phone rang.
もしもし、フルでなのです。
よかった。ご無事のようですね。大石です。岐阜の用事を終わらせましてね。今、沖宮に戻っている途中です。
He's definitely getting jumped and killed on the way.
途中のガソリンスタンドから電話しています。
それで高野の死体はどうでしたか？
やりましたよ。やっぱりそうでした。岐阜の資料がとんでもないイージーミスをしていました。連中間違いを認めやしない。ガツンと決めてやりましたよ。高野は車ごと行方不明です。
Not confirmed dead.
富武殺しについて何か事情を知っている可能性が高いと判断し、つい先ほど高野の捜査を開始するよう指示を出したところです。ついにお社様のたたりの尻尾をつかみましたよ。
I'm gonna reveal the secrets and then retire. He's dead. He's so dead.
ここから一気に引きずり出しちゃいます。
Oishi sounded so motivated. He'd finally found the hint he'd so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though?
それは土産話がとても楽しみなのです。
He ain't gonna be there.
これからクマちゃんと一緒にそちらへお伺いしますので、詳しい話を聞かせてください。心当たりでもうさんくさい話でも何度も結構です。
Oh yeah, we got quite a story for you.
はい、僕も全部話す決心がつきましたです。
おやおや、どんなお話が聞けるのでしょうかね。多分あと1時間ちょいぐらいでお伺いできると思います。
Just gotta hold out.
ところで、受話器の向こうが賑やかですね。お友達も来ているのですか？
Indeed they are.
はい、みんな心配してうちに来てくれましたです。
そうですか。皆さんは本当に素晴らしいな。
That's facts.
私も皆さんと一緒にいてくれた方がいいと思います。
Yeah.
賑やかなだけで犯罪の抑止効果は大きいものです。
I mean, unless we go full Home Alone here, I don't think a group of 20 well-armed criminals is really gonna get cooked by a small group of friends, but what do I know?
では今から向かいます。
There's definitely no way they're gonna end up here. I feel like they're so dead. Like, we know that phone is tapped, or that they have an informant, and so they're getting that information either way. I feel like Oishi gave the information of where he is, especially. There is no fucking way he actually reaches us.
後ほど。
He's about to die.
今の大石さんか？
はい、今から刑事と2人で来るそうです。はあ、この部屋にこんなに大勢なんて初めてだね。
There's a small part of me that's suddenly suspecting Kumagai. I don't know. Maybe that's too much. He's just suddenly, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe I shouldn't be suspicious of him. It's just this weird gut feeling all of a sudden.
何人になるんだろう。私たち6人に2人来て8人ですの？
You're having a party.
床が抜けそうで怖いですわね。
Man, poor Hanyu. It'll be 9.
9人目なのです。
羽生、聞いてた？なんだか今回は本当にすごいことになってきた。
今回はいけそうですか？
Yeah, something I never thought to look at, I don't think. Did I look at this? Maybe I did. Okay, from that art, it's obviously Hanyu on the app icon. Can't lie, the original actually looks pretty good for Hanyu. Like, I actually, like, I don't know. I kind of like it more than I think the remake design. I mean, I'm definitely just gonna stick with console. I mean, the remake looks fine. Probably been a little harsh on it, just different. But I don't know. The original, like, Hanyu is one of the first originals that I'm like, that actually I like genuinely like the look of it, right? Not to say that the other ones are like terrible per se, but it just feels like maybe it was a little higher quality at that point. I don't know. They're a little more practiced.
弾けるわ、絶対。
I gotta believe.
絶対という言葉はなって当然、ならなければ失望する悲しい言葉ですよ。
羽生はこの状況になっても、やっ
Indeed.
ぱり今日死ぬと思う。
でも死んでほしくないと思っていますのです。
あんたのスタンスは分かってるわ。傷つきたくないから信じない。マイナス思考ならマイナスで当然。もうあんたと私の考え方の違いをとやかく言わないわ。
Damn, I obviously understand why. But that's just like, I'm not listening to your opinion anymore.
あんたは見てなさい。傍観者らしく。
Damn, we're getting a little harsh.
はい。
Damn it, how do you just take it?
僕は傍観者ですから。でもリカを応援してますですよ。
応援か。ありがとう。でも応援していいの？応援したのに負けると期待を裏切られない？
リカが意地悪を言いますです。
Rigo was coming with the heat there, I can't lie. We had a rather harmonious mood going. However, a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us. Alright, is that the end of the chapter? Or are we going into another... Or rather, into the sub-chapter. Or are we going into another section? I've done a lot of yapping, so even though we're at the 2-hour mark...
あら、減りましたね。
Oh, they're so dead here. They're so dead.
途中で食事に寄った方が良かったんじゃないですか？
そうですね。もうすぐ8時か。お昼が遅かったから忘れてました。とりあえず話を聞いたらおたふくにお茶漬けでも食べに行きましょう。
警官を4人行かせてましたよね。交代を送らないと答える頃ですね。フルデさんが気を利かせて出前でも取っててくれればいいんですがね。
I'm so worried we're about to watch them die. Oishi and Kumagai had passed through Okonomiya and were getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. Suddenly a white van rolled up. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets.
フルで理科の全てを話そうっていうのはとても気になるっすよね。
多分相当とんでもない話が飛び出しますよ。
That ain't the truth.
あの村はね、本当の名前は鬼ヶ淵村。鬼ヶ淵ってのは沼ですからね、沼の名を冠した村なわけです。
沼なだけにそこが知れませんね。フルで理科の護衛ですけど、どうします？
彼女の話次第では秘密の場所にかくまった方がいいでしょうね。ひなみ沢ってのは村が丸ごと魔物の腹中と同じなんです。あの村の中では何が起こるかわからない。とにかく聞いてみないことにはわかりません。
フルデ家の当主が命を狙われていて、園崎家次期当主はそれを守ろうと思っている。
Or one Kimiyoshi away from the old days.
そんな状況下で誰がフルで理科を？あとは君吉家くらいしか勢力が思いつかないです。
君吉家には臭い話は聞いてないんだけどな。やっぱり村には信仰を軸にした狂信的な勢力が隠れてるってのかな。
Essentially, yeah.
沼の底がどうなってるのか楽しみです。
I feel like, dude, I just feel like he's not getting there. He's not going to get to Hinamizawa. The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomatake's murder.
高野が富武を放置した。そこまでは間違いないと思いますが、富武のあの異常な死に方は一体何だってんでしょ
う。If you guys make it to the house, the storage shed, that is, then you'll figure it out.
鑑識のじいさま、覚醒剤は出なかったって言ったんですよね。
確かに薬物反応は出なかったそうですが、だからって絶対なかったって保証はありません。この世にはおかしな薬なんてきっと無数にある。それら全部が間違いなく使われていないなんて保証は誰にも出せませんよ。
Atoishi intuition just hits different, man.
自分が知らない薬だから実在しないなんて、あったからにはあるんです。だからきっと富武に首をかき破らせる薬は実在する。そいつは犯人逮捕の折にたっぷり喋ってもらいますよ。あるいはフルで理科が話してくれると一番嬉しいんですがね。クマちゃんも今回の岐阜の件で決めつける捜査がどれだけ冤罪を生み出してきたかよく分かったでしょう。
ありゃひどかったっすね。あいつうちの署に嫌がったら俺でも許さないところです。
結局最後まで間違いは認めてませんからね。岐阜県警はあくまでもあの死体は高野美代だったで通すつもりのようです。でもうちは高野美代生存でいきますよ。
Wait, did they get the proof they needed then? Like someone must have said something.
あとは県警同士のトップ会談で決着するでしょう。向こうのボンミスは確定してるんですから、認めると怒られると思って躍起になって上塗りしてるんですよね。いやはやそういう体質は改めないといけません。
The car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. At the point where the gravel road begins, you're officially in Hinamizawa. Then continue to drive through the woods for a while.
クマちゃん、ちょいと止めて。
は？
Oishi told him to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. They are getting jumped and killed, for sure. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats.
どうしたんですか？
あの車、何やってんだろうな。こんなところで。
Oishi tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight.
不審ですね。こんな時間に。それにしてもよく気づきましたね。
They're so dead.
いつも言ってます。刑事は四六時中目を皿にしてろってことです。何やってんだろうな。不法投棄かな。まさか死体埋めてるんじゃないだろうな。あるいは刺激不足のアベックかな。車のセンスからしてそれはないか。なあ、沖宮 PS どうぞ。聞こえてるかな。なはは。こんばんは、さようなら。
こちら沖宮 PS 感度良好です。
車両ナンバー紹介お願いします。獅子骨ハノ4344。
不詳、獅子骨、ハノ4344。
Did they find Takano's car?
少々お時間もらいますが、
お願いします。
おいさん、地図で見るとここ電話会社の施設がありますね。
電話会社の施設って何ですかそりゃ。
It was listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work, but either way it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there.
普通のワゴンだよな。電話会社にゃ見えませんね。
電話会社ならそう書いた車で来るはずっすよね。
委託の伝説業者か何かの可能性もあります。直接聞いた方が早そうですね。
Oh, they're cooked. Oishi wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do maintenance so late at night?
ちょいと行ってみましょうか。フォルデさんたちを待たせてますからね。パパッと行きましょう。
そうっすね。
I just can't get this bad feeling out, you know? Like, his well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' character with that sense.
ウグイス2よりウグイス1。車両が1台停車。2人降りました。おそらく刑事です。そちらへ接近中、1分未満で接触します。
Fuck. It was pitch black, yet they could see the two newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope.
了解。全隊員注意せよ。ウグイス2から5はグリーンライトを待て。ウグイス7から8は前後 100m のクリアを確認せよ。
待機。ウグイス4、5。聞こえたな。ウグイス4、了解。
ウグイス5、了解。
ウグイス7、了解。
ウグイス8、了解。
ウグイスより本部。ウグイスより本部。電話設備工作中にトラブル。私服警官2名の職質と思われる。発砲許可を申請。
本部了解。許可を待て。
By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives walked in 2-man units, a sniper and spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They'd all taken different positions so that they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The sniper rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. The detectives found the fenced-in machinery right behind the parked-in van. There was a sign there saying that it was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away.
どうもこんにちは。
すみません。作業中ですんで入らないでもらえますかね。
There were 4 men working there wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some wires.
どうも仕事中お邪魔してすみません。警察の者でございます。いえね、不思議なところに不思議な時間に車が止まっていたもので、どうしちゃったのかなと思いまして。
Definitely tapping some wires.
そうですか。うちらももうちょっとで終わりますんで。
おたくらどちらさんです？電電の人じゃないでしょう。
ああ、失礼しました。おこのぎ電気設備工事と申します。あれすみません。名刺を切らしちゃってるみたいです。
Ah, yeah. Shocker from Okonogi Electrics.
おこのぎ電気設備工事さんって会社どちらです？
はい。沖宮になりますけど。
会社の電話番号と住所を教えてくださ
い。なんでそんなこと聞きますか？
Dude, they're so fucking dead.
電話番号忘れちゃいました？
Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. Their response was very suspicious. Usually the vehicle of an electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside, and it looked just like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. But this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound or look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious, but had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Then the guy wrote down the number so that he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real.
私らそんな怪しいもんじゃありませんって。
Top 5 statements made by people doing something suspicious, by the way.
あんたら怪しすぎですって。一体何者です？委託業者なら作業写真用に作業前作業後とか書かれた黒板とかあったりするでしょう。
Bro, you need to just get out of here, man. Like, you need to just sense something is wrong and get in the car. Like,
そういうのもないですし、だいたいあんたたちの雰囲気が違いすぎます。
おまわりさん、そんな意地悪言われちゃかなわないです。
fortunately, you know not the forces you are playing with.
勘弁してください。私ら早く作業を終えて帰らなきゃならないんです。
Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd be cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started. I mean, the Oishi instincts are good as ever, right? To have noticed something here, but unless he somehow escapes this with his life, his instincts might have gotten him killed.
もう化けの皮は剥がれてんだよ兄ちゃん。電気屋に化けるときはまずバイトして勉強してからにしな。
Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mountain Dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions and gave them a big wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea how he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then, in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with.
本部よりウグイス1発砲許可。
ウグイス7クリア。
ウグイス8クリア。
The sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back toward the car. The safety that last time protecting Kumagai's life was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless. For as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life.
ウグイス1より狙撃犯オールグリーン。
Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the sound of the jump rope that he used to use as a whip when he was little. And that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. He didn't even twitch. Oishi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning in his own blood. Yeah.
沖宮 TS より大石社どうぞ。先ほどのナンバーが判明しました。大石社どうぞ。大石社応答願います。電波悪いのかな。
Nope.
大石社応答願い。
出ませんね。大石さんが車両紹介？誰の車だよ。村人の車ですね。至って平凡な。何者だよ。
Was it Takano?
大石さんが聞いてくるからにはただものじゃないんだろ。
I fear that it's going to be Irie.
突起事故欄は完全に空欄ですね。S 号指定も減点もなしだし。
バッシングでもされて腹が立ったんじゃないの？あの人根に持つとなかなか忘れないタイプなんだよ。
ウグイスより本部2名を射殺。作業を再開。
本部了解。警官の車両処理は慎重に行われたし。3佐ウグイスは警官2名を排除。作業を再開。
I'm sure this is exactly what happened in Chapter 3 as well.
おやすみなさい、大石さん。
Damn, what the hell? What the drip?
私の尻尾をつかめてもう一息だと思ったでしょうに。コーヒーをもらえるかしら。
どうぞ。しかし厄介な展開になってきましたね。R 宅には依然私服警官数名とそれから友人数名がいるそうです。 R は自分が今夜殺されることに感づいているとしか思えません。作戦が漏れています。やはり決行は延期すべきでは。
明日の朝には死体が見つかっていないといけないのよ。お偉いさんたちの日程上その日が一番都合がいいって話なんだから。
作戦は決行します。
The crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital.
山犬による過剰な警備にかえって過敏に反応したのでしょうか。
違うわね、漏洩じゃない。予言よ、あれは。富武の死と、そして私ですら知り得なかった偽装死体の状態まで知っていた。あの子は女王なのよ。南沢の頂上存在の頂点に立つ女王で、巫女で降臨したるお社様の血脈に連なる正当な末裔。神を欺くことなどできない。知られるのは宿命だったのよ。フルでリカをあっさり暗殺などできるわけがなかった。いいわよ、リカちゃん。あなたと私、どちらがお社様の伝説を受け継ぐにふさわしいか。あなたの死はお社様のたたりの最後を飾り、この村の伝説のフィナーレを飾る。
That being her mindset is so unsurprising.
私の作り上げた物語は、その時こそ本当のたたりになるの。
I mean, I basically had her motivation down. Damn, it's still not over. Okay. Guess we'll just keep going. It was now past 8 p.m. Ian ordered some noodles for us. Her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. We were supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, assuming that they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late, but once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. I'm sure they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seem anxious. They all had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be out here. They're hoping that Oishi will bring other officers to relieve them so they can go home. They called the station, but all they said was that Oishi was on his way, and we should wait, because he'll be here soon.
遅いね、大石さん。
Yeah, he's gonna remain late.
渋滞にでも巻き込まれたんだよ。
If only.
ちょうど帰宅ラッシュの時間帯にぶつかっただろうからね。
おまわりさんもお昼からずっといてくれてるんですのよね。交代が来てあげないとかわいそうですわね。
そうだな。何時に終わるのかもわからない仕事って疲れるもんな。
警察の人には休んでもらって、私たちが夜景にでも立ちます？
What could you guys possibly do against someone who is armed and trying to assassinate Rika? Unless you guys have guns and I missed the memo.
サトコのトラップワークで不審者の接近を阻むとか。
甘いですわね、シオンさん。ここは私とリカの家なんでしてよ。常に二重三重のトラップが張り巡らせてありますわ。そうなんだ。神社で遊ぶときは注意しないとね。
Yeah, no lying. I'd always be careful in a house that Satoko lives in. When their stomach's full, the mood in the house had returned to a light-hearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. Well, but he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Mio mentioned he might have gotten stuck in traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me it'd take him about an hour, and it had now been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat on the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. Bro literally got sniped. Poor fellow. At least Kumagai had an instant death. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. The officers are completely exhausted. They'd even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Satoko's yawning. It's way past our bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I can feel my fear succumbing to sleepiness. Today is almost over. I'm gonna survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does that mean that I escaped my deadly fate? No. No, I'll have to fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was gonna discuss that with Oishi. Since he's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly the phone rang, breaking the silence.
大石さんか？
もしもし、フルデなのです。
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。沖宮署の小宮山と申します。すみません。うちの大石ですが、そちらにおりますか？
No.
いいえ、僕たちもずっと待っているところなのです。
そうですか。 わかりました。申し訳ございませんが、そちらに行っている警官に今から応援が行くので、引き継いだら祈祷するようお伝えいただけますか。
わかりましたです。それで、大石はどこに？
夕方頃、直接そっちへ行くと連絡があったきりだったので、てっきりそちらへお邪魔してるものと思っていました。
Wonder if they're starting to realize something's up.
大石と交代で警官たちが戻ってくることになってたのですが、いつまでも戻らないのでどうなっているのかと思いまして。
That's what I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. It looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone.
どうしたんでございましょうね。遅いにも程がありましたよ。
何か重要な仕事があったりして道草でも食ってるとか？
I mean, yeah.
それなら電話すると思うな。
Didn't think it was going to be a big deal. Said he got sniped.
これから行くって電話したんだよ。これだけ遅くなったら絶対に電話してくれると思うな。
If he just hadn't let his curiosity get the better of him, he would have been fine, and he would have gotten the information he so badly has wanted.
まさか東京って連中に襲われたとかか？
まさかと言いたいところですが、リカちゃまの言うような連中が相手なら絶対そんなわけないとも言い切れないのが怖いところです。
It's a serious question. What happened to calling Sonozaki back up?
多分休養が入ったんだよ。それで電話をするのを忘れてるんだと思う。向こうも大の大人、それも天下の大石だよ。
Well, don't matter how tough you are when a 50 caliber bullet enters your chest.
そうそう簡単には消されないって。
来るなら早く来てほしいですわね。
Satoko yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. Really, we should be calling for Sonozaki back up. Really. That should be happening. We can't stay up forever, but we decided that we'd call it a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure I've survived past the time I was supposed to die. That's probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the Mountain Dogs are also on my side, and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who is changing my fate. Maybe my fate hasn't been changed, and I'm gonna get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the Mountain Dogs, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon, I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel on the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested that it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him and be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanyu. Yeah, no kidding.
こんばんは。沖宮署から参りました小宮山と申します。
It wasn't Oishi. Two of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. They were going to stay downstairs and have the four officers return home. They also told my friends to leave.
あとは私たち警察がいますので、どうぞ皆さんは家に帰ってください。
They're all so fucked. Oh my god. They lessened the security and they're dispersing. Dude, the friends are all dying, for sure. They're all dead. And Rika's definitely not surviving. God damn. He really should have called the Sonozakis at some point.
ご家族の方が心配しますよ。
みんなありがとうです。刑事さんたちが来てくれましたし、もう大丈夫。
本当に大丈夫？邪魔でなければ私たちも泊まるよ。
大丈夫なのです。第一、お布団も寝巻きもないのです。じゃあ明日、これからはなるべくリカちゃんと一緒にいるようにしよう。部活はリカちゃんの家でやるっていうのでどうかな。あら、それなら素敵でございますわよ。
Wouldn't that be swell?
僕たちの家の床が抜けてしまうかもしれませんです。
It made it this far.
違いねえな。
じゃあリカちゃま、私たちこれで帰りますけど、用心してください。暗闇で一人になるなんてことは絶対しないように。
気をつけますです。じゃあね、また明日。はいです。また明日。
See you tomorrow. Am I really gonna see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I've tried so many things over the past 100 years. Done many things, and I have memories of most of them. That's why I feel so scared on the day I die. It's the only day that I have no memory of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. As I started getting ready to go to bed, Satoko suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed, just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to do. Satoko seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. And now they've heard it all, haven't they? She assured me that the strangers will end up trapped if they try to sneak inside this building. To someone else, it might sound like she was just trying to brag, but Satoko was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, she noticed how scared I looked. Satoko's kindness and everyone else's kindness. I mean, if this room is bugged, they're beyond fucked. So, you know, and this room is bugged. I feel it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends, even if that won't end up changing my fate. And they're all just gonna die as a result.
Rika.
Hanyu showed up again. She looked upset. She was probably still thinking that I could get killed at any minute. I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely at least tonight. I'm more concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, other detectives are here and will stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight.
どうしたの？お腹でも空いたの？出前じゃ甘いのはないからね。冷蔵庫のジュースでも飲む？
Anya would usually cheer right up when I suggested drinking some juice, but not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened.
どうしたの？もうすぐ時間がやってきますのです。
That sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even Hanyu doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she can tell when I'll be killed. However, she sounded so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel it in the very cells of our body. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Up until now, I felt reassured that we could get through it somehow for all together. As I clung to that life preserver with a hole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe.
大丈夫よ。羽生、私は抗う。たとえ明日殺されるとしても、今夜殺されるという運命にだけは抗う。
I feel like we're gonna get a dramatic, like, at 11:59, she's about to be murdered. And then she maybe just barely makes it to midnight and is like, I knew I could change fate. Or dies right before it and she's like, I can't change fate. I could totally see that random dramatic moment happening. Hanyu just gave me a look of faint sadness. That silence told me that my pitiful hope was going to push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Satoko as she continued to brag about her traps. If I'm getting killed shortly, Satoko won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her talk about traps. Here it is. They're gonna be like, Nightingale, here we go, blah blah blah. The time was 1 in the morning. As it's hardly a big city, 1 a.m. in Hinamizawa is the middle of the night. Darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking out from the first floor where 2 detectives sat on guard, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct. Yeah.
予定時刻です。
Yeah. Well, she made it to the next day, guys. I mean, she's not gonna wake up. But she made it. Sometimes we gotta take our wins where we can get them.
1階には刑事2名。2階は消灯してすでに1時間以上が経過します。本部より3査。
こんなに月の綺麗な夜だもの。始めなさい。
刑事は排除でよろしいですか？
そうね。今夜古出神社にいた人間は全てが忽然と姿を消し、それでいいわ。
本部より大鳥、作戦開始。保証の刑事2名は実力で排除せよ。なお発砲は許可しない。繰り返す。発砲は許可しない。本部よりウグイス。大鳥が作戦を開始する。電話線を遮断せよ。
That makes sense. That's what they were doing.
ウグイス了解。遮断する。
They'd been working to disable the phone lines, just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into.
ほんじゃ、始めるかいね。
Yeah, I mean, they're probably outnumbered and fucked, but they can't use guns, it sounds like, so if the police officers have guns, maybe they've got a fighting chance. I don't know. Otherwise, they're probably outnumbered and dead.
大鳥湾より全隊員へ突入準備。1階の刑事2名と2階の同伴者1名を排除せよ。痕跡を残せん。発砲禁止。ガスも使えんね。テーサーを使え。単銃で武装してるぞ。撃たせるな。
おこのぎ、 素人相手に手こずらないでよ。
まあ仕事ですんで、大鳥7、8前進。バックアップは周辺警戒を厳重にされたし。
大鳥7、前進する。
The two men in uniform slowly approached the building. The mountain dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with their surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they looked suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. They could both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rico typically used this sliding door to get inside. This door was locked, but the mountain dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice that the minute they did that, they'd have to rush inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenix's 7 and 8 glanced at each other.
大鳥7より本部、準備位置に到着。突入指示を請う。
高野です。綺麗に決めるのよ。行きなさい。
了解。突入する。
Clack, clack. He turned the key in a hurry and opened the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open and the two mountain dogs had stepped inside. They'd aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter were still turning around. In a fight like that, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. Tased. And dead. The detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were connected via wires to the attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those two had weren't ordinary guns. They were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, they shoot out electric needles that electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Normally, they would be non-lethal weapons that allowed the shooter to capture their victim without harming them much, but their tasers had been modified. The two dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed that the detectives were no longer breathing. But in the next moment, they heard a loud noise above them.
こちら大鳥10、R 以下2名が感づいた。2階の窓から飛び降りたぞ。裏の茂みへ逃走している。大鳥4、5、そっちへ行くぞ。制圧しろ。
Oh man. Gotta hope we don't get captured.
大鳥4、沈黙。
Phoenix 4 spotted the two girls and started after them, but he suddenly stepped on something hard. Oh, the traps clutching up. Pow, pow, pow. With the cheap-sounding explosion, the area was filled with smoke. That was the trap Satoko had set using firecrackers. That had proven to be a very fortunate idea. Mountain dogs dropped to the ground, assuming that they were under fire. They gave Rika and Satoko a chance to escape.
なんなんですのあいつらは。
The mountain dogs.
リカの言う東京なんですの。多分ね。いいから走って。捕まったら殺されるわよ。
どうした応答しろ。今の音は何だ。
こちら大鳥5、銃撃を受けた模様。R は突破した。追撃する。
くそ、感触玉か何かだ。畜生め。
I guess they must not have heard Satoko's trap layouts, thankfully.
さとこちゃんね。やるわね。
ああ、情けな。近場の班は急行しろ。
大鳥18、発見した。追跡中。応援を送れ。
2人は土地勘が強いわよ。早く抑えないと確実に見失うわ。
It would be so great if they managed to escape. This wasn't a game of hide and seek, it was a game of tag. Several men in uniform were chasing after Rika and Satoko. They weren't idiots, so they didn't waste an energy on a futile act of shouting, "Wait!" This is a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night. Satoko, I get it, but you gotta go.
どこへ行きますの？
Away.
バラバラになって追っ手を振り切りましょうです。
I'm worried that Rika is gonna outlive all of her friends. And that's how this chapter is gonna go.
落ち合うのはミーの家。地下の隠し部屋なら安全だし、外部と連絡も取れますです。
Satoko had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. Bang. The next moment, I felt my left foot catch on something, and I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete. What shitty luck.
リカ！サトコは逃げて！あんたも殺されちゃう！
But Satoko wouldn't move on without me. As she came back to lend me a hand, I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. I didn't know what to do, but Satoko, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Is she about to sacrifice herself? Satoko ran toward him and kicked him with all her might. Her foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. But there were two more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from that landscape company. They're wearing the same uniforms Okanogi is always wearing. It must be the mountain dogs. Now I'm certain that Takano is the culprit. Now that I know that, I can do something about it in the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. That's the most important part here. Like, genuinely, if she can live and, like, she gets this information, she can do something. Satoko took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. It was something like sand, and it blinded them. However, even that could only buy us a few seconds. Satoko tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. Their stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Satoko, and not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Satoko tried to attack them instead. Of course, there are 3 of them. Most would think it's impossible to drive them off, but Satoko didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run, and she might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of defeating them. Satoko is determined to save me, even at her own expense. But I can't stay in this world if it means losing Satoko. I'm dying anyway. I'd rather die for Satoko's sake than to lose her. But another me was shouting in my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Satoko behind? That's right. I should use this experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let go of her in this world. But that's officially giving this world up. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. I'm sure their backup will get here if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her, or should I leave her so I can confront my true enemy? Oh shit, it was not even a real choice. Ultimately, she can't do it. Satoko's bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in this same June. I can't leave Satoko. Satoko, 2人で戦おう. I feel like Satoko's gonna tell her to go. I'd noticed something. They're only aiming at Satoko. There must be a reason why they can't shoot me. So I stood in front of Satoko to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down and prepared to take us out without weapons.
あんたらは山犬ね。やっぱり黒幕は高野だったのね。私もバカね。あんたたちの正体を知りながら。でもね、私は逃げないの。ここであんたたちに殺されるのが運命なんてね。教えてくれた人がいるから。
They must think this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished.
バカな奴らね。だから。あんたたちは金魚が救えないんだ。
The next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Oh shit! Keiichi had run toward him and kicked him from behind. Keiichi had kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other two tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Mion and Shion. Mion grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and flipped him down to the ground. It must be some kind of martial arts. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Oh, it's Rena. Rena tried to push the remaining dog down with all her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. Get her into cute mode, bro. He tried to aim his gun at Rena, but she had already done what she was supposed to. All she needed to do was to get his attention. And then Shion gonna beat his ass. Shion had snuck up behind him and she fired her stun gun into his neck. Oh, he's dead. He's straight up. He might be dead. He might actually be deceased. I hope so. The stun gun made a snapping noise and the dog fell down to the ground with the rest of his friends.
カサイのやつ改造済みとは言ってたけどこりゃ効きます
She seemed to enjoy that a little too much.
シオンこっちの連中にもお願い
大丈夫かまさに危機一髪だったなお前らの足が速いんで追いつくのに苦労したぜ
ずっと待っててよかったね
Yeah, no kidding.
張り込んでた甲斐があったよ張り込んでたってあの後お家へ帰らずずっと見張っていましたの皆さんは
W move, gang. You saved our ass.
帰り際にねすっごく不審な人がずっと草陰に潜んでて神社を伺ってるのを見つけたの
And you knew all your fears were true.
いやーよく見つけたよなあの暗闇で
Bro, if I know anything, it's to never doubt Rena.
レナには嘘も迷彩も通用しないってことだな
So, figuring he would leave if they spoke to him, they secretly staked out that suspicious man. They'd started following us as soon as they heard the sound of firecrackers.
まさかここでみんなに救われるとは思わなかったのです。
Well, that 1% chance of winning the fight was better than the 0% chance of running away.
とにかくここにいたらすぐに応援が来るぞ。どうするこれから。
私たちミオンさんの家に逃げ込むつもりでしたのよ。地下でかくまってもらえるとかいう話で。
地下最後殿ですか？確かにあそこなら都合がいいです。しかもあそこ武器も隠してませんでしたっけ？
I was gonna say, we're gonna need some weapons. We might want to take their, like, not gun stun guns, you know?
そういうのは言わない。とにかく私もうちに逃げ込むのは賛成。あそこには秘密の通路がいくつもあるから連中の裏をかけるよ。
Guerrilla warfare. It's effective.
なら急ごう。追っ手が来てる。
A white van was approaching us at high speed. It obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us, and more people in uniform jumped out. There were at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught. So we should take them down while we can. I don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Shio know how to drive a car. We can take their van and get away from here.
6人だ。
6 of them, bro. This is not gonna hit.
ちょうどいいね。
There's no way this
全員の
ends.
全力でぶちのめして車をいただこう。
Unless you guys all picked up those stun guns, there's no way this ends like you want it to. Like, just pure manpower, right?
それは明暗ですわね。
Unless we're about to get like a guest Irie appearance or something, and turns out he's got a gun, I don't know.
そうと決まれ速攻だぜ。
The mountain dogs were ready to chase us, but they had no idea that we would try and attack them instead. Ren is always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. Another one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in the side as hard as he could.
おいおいレナ。
Is this really gonna...
やり合うときは背中を気にしろよ。
While the scene is cool, if they actually just win like a 6v6 against heavily trained special forces in like hand-to-hand combat, that'd be a little ridiculous.
ケイチ君に任せるよ。よろしくね。
レナさんの茨城時代ってめちゃくちゃ興味あります。
No, you don't want to know.
というか人殴るのに躊躇なさすぎ。
Someone get this girl a baseball bat, honestly.
スタンガン使うのに躊躇ないあんたが言わない。
Yeah, I was about to say. We don't need to hear shit from Shion. Given that Shion had that stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. But thanks to that, Shion had stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Satoko attacked him from behind. She encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled... God! Shion followed up, quickly hitting him with her stun gun. My worry is that the other guys are going to wake up. What was I doing during all that? The only thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me, after all. They want to catch me more than anything else. But that leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi had already hit the one trying to grab me. I think we have a chance here. We may not be able to take all of them down, but we can try and find a chance to escape to their vehicle.
リカちゃんから話を聞いていたとき、とんでもねえ奴らだとビビっていたが、どうやら俺たちと同等程度みたいじゃないか。
Don't talk big too early, man.
みーちゃんの部活メンバーはつまりそのくらい強いってことなんだね。
恐れないというのが多分強さの秘密ですね。お姉の部活は遠慮ってやつをなくす訓練みたいなもんですから。
Yeah, I mean, that's true. If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. I'm gonna be honest, that's just a little ridiculous. It's a fictional story at the end of the day, but it that one does not make too much sense to me. I mean, they got the taser on their side. I'll at least give them that. But if any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it. The dogs Shion took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. This isn't the time for me to just be running around.
ちょうどいいわね。やってやるわ。
リカ、
羽生、 あなたは相変わらず諦めてるんでしょ。諦めない悪あがきがどれだけの力を持つか、そこで見てなさい。私は打ち破る、私たちは打ち破る、今からね。それをあなたの目の前で見せてあげる。
The determination is certainly stronger than ever. I don't wonder if eventually it's gonna get to
みんないい
Hanyu.
ね。一撃で決めるよ。目の前の敵を一人撃ち倒せ。それから車を奪って逃げる。
はいです。僕もやりますですよ。
気に入ったぜリカちゃん。よっしゃ行くぞ。
There is no way you can convince me Rika's about to 1v1 a special op force unit, bro. There's no way. On Keiji's signal, we attacked 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. Time gradually slowed down. I truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further until it stopped. What's going on? It felt like the film reel of a movie had gotten hung up partway through. Like time itself has come to a standstill.
羽生、どういうこと？
その時が来たのです。
どうして？
Wearing a sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Keiichi. I finally noticed something. All my friends had noticed already, except for Keiichi.
ケイイチ、その胸の前に浮いているのは
何ってなんだよ。
What, did he just get shot?
あ？これなんだよ。
Time had stopped. Just when Keiichi was about to hit his opponent, he then realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. That was the first thing I could think of.
嘘。ケイちゃん。
なんだよこれ。まさか集団？
So the Massacre Chapter begins. For the friend group, I mean, it kind of already began with Oishi, but now it really begins. That's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest, just before it would enter his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it will slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Keiichi will immediately die when time starts up again.
誰が撃ったの？
Only one of the guys on the ground.
だって相手は6人。誰も銃なんか持ってないよ。あそこワゴン車のところですわ。
Satoko couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. Well, we could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside, not 6. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. That person is someone we all know very well. Oh my god, did Takano personally just kill Keiichi? Yes, it's Takano.
高野さんだ。
This frozen time situation is also a little ridiculous, I'm not gonna lie.
高野さんが撃ったの？
I'm gonna assume this is like a Hanyu thing, but...
ケイイチ君は？
In the frozen world, Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired her gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all.
そっか。なるほどな。やっぱり黒幕は高野さんだったんだな。
どうしよ
Well, Keiichi's gonna die.
う。ケイちゃん、なんとか体をひねってかわせないんですか？
Yeah, you are underestimating the speed of a bullet, Shion.
バカ。弾丸だって止まるくらいに俺だって動けるわけがねえだろ。
なら時間が動き出すのと一緒に上半身を反らすんですの。そうすれば少しでも違うかもしれませんわよ。
Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. However, no matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Keiichi started to laugh.
なんかよくわからないけどさ。とにかくこうなっちまったものは仕方がない。時間が動き出せば俺は死ぬだろ。
A minute? More like the second, but...
死ななくてもまあ少なくとも戦力にはならなくなるな。だからみんな今のうちに俺のことは諦めろ。そして目の前の敵と高野さんをぶちのめして車を奪うことを考えるんだ。
They have no chance at taking everyone down. Like, they need to just get in the van. Like, that's it. It's that simple.
嫌です。ケイイチが死んでもダメです。
This means the end of her perfect world, unfortunately.
そんな世界は嫌なのです。羽生、これが運命だというの？避けられない運命だというの？大丈夫ですよ、リカ。忘れられます。忘れられますから。嘘だよ、嘘だ！ケイちゃんがこのまま死んじゃうなんて。やめなよ、みーちゃん。とにかく目の前の相手を倒すことに集中しよう。
That is not going to work. I'm going to be honest. I think the ridiculousness of the situation is making this moment not hit as hard as it should be for me, which is unfortunate. The frozen time. I mean, I can attribute that one to Hanyu, but the whole ridiculousness of the fight in the first place, like, I don't know, it didn't really feel like they actually had a chance against special forces. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like this scene should be hitting me a little harder emotionally than it is. Like, Keiichi's about to die, and they have to make the tough decision to accept this as their fate and move on, but...
倒れるケイイチ君に振り返る時間をきっとケイイチ君は望まない。
ああ、そうだぜ、レナ。頼むぞ、みんな。リカちゃんを、まずはこの場を逃げ延びて。監督、多分、こいつらは大石さんをもう殺してる。だからあれだけ待っても来なかったんだ。みんな、生き延びろよ。絶対だ。
Maybe if we're lucky, Rika will still somehow live long enough to remember this at least. Although, I don't know if we actually want Rika to remember Keiichi getting shot, but at least long enough to remember that Takano's the culprit.
リカちゃん、最後の最後に運命なんて覆せるって大見え切っておきながら最初にリタイアしちまう。
Like, this is still a sad moment. I just feel like this should be hitting me way harder than it even is, you know? And time is resuming. Yep. Sounded just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I'd ever heard.
根性の名残は尽きた？
高野さん、これで俺たちが負けたと思うなよ。
見終わったのね、走馬灯。
Silence suddenly ended, and the clamor of reality returned. An explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. I watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me. He fell down on his back while his blood splattered everywhere, and after that he stopped moving. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. We tried to take down the foes in front of us, but more came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as if I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my ears.
高野より本部へ。制圧したわ。私の言ったものを準備させて。それから、死体がたくさん出るから処分の手配を。死体袋が5つと、血を流すのに水がいるわね。持ってこさせて。
She needs 5 bags? My body froze up, but time did not. Takano, laughing, pointed her gun at Mion's head.
嘘でしょ。
あなたの背中の入れ墨。後で見せてもらうわね。
見たければ勝手に見ればいいでしょ。見たってつまらないよ。
そう、私は楽しいと思うわよ。
やめて、みーちゃんを撃たないで。
Takano shook her head in response to Rena's scream.
ダメよ。ミオンちゃんが部長さんなんだから、一番じゃなきゃね。
Jesus Christ, man.
嘘。やめ。
Jesus. There was a dull noise, followed by Mion's body twitching. We all tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong, and all we could do was squirm like insects. Dude, this is fucked up. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. She then stepped towards Satoko, but Shion started screaming curses at her.
あら、あなたが先に撃たれたいのかしら？おとなしくしてれば、もう数秒は余計に生きられたのに。
やめて、シオンさん。挑発なんかしても意味がありませんでしたよ。
Dude, what difference does it make at this point? I understand from their perspective, but man, it's over. Unfortunately, this was the inevitable results of 6 middle schoolers and high schoolers attempting to fight secret, secret forces. I know why she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Satoko for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her to. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion.
私、サトシ君をあんたが殺したんですね。そうなんでしょ。
あいにくね、メイドの土産って嫌いなの。
Oh, come on.
だから教えてあげないわ。
Dude, Shion's body twitched. That had followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Just two dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. Dude, this is fucked up. Oh my god. It didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives.
無抵抗の人を撃って楽しいの？この人でなし！
あら、次はあなたが撃たれたいの？黙ってれば最後の順番になったのに。
Keiichi, Mion, and Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Rena. Rena didn't want to see Satoko and me die before she did.
連続開始事件は全部高野さんの仕業だったんですね。お社様のたたりの代行者のつもりだったんですか？
代行者じゃないわ。私がたたりを下すのよ。あなたには見せられないわね。お社様の怒りがこれからこの村に下るのは。それは私が起こす。私のたたり。そう。私はまさにお社様そのものになるのよ。
I called basically exactly that. I cooked with Takano. I'm not gonna lie.
その時、私は人としての域をようやく超えることができるの。まあ、あなたには私の気持ちはわからないでしょうね。人を超えて神になろうとする心地よさなど誰にも理解できないわよ。
無理だと思うな。高野さんがどれだけお社様のふりをしたって、所詮はごっこ遊び。お社様になんかあなたはなれない。
One last insult before she dies. I love that, Rena.
なれるわよ。これからなるもの。
Rena laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh.
何がおかしいのかしら。
無理だよ。だってお社様はいるんだもの。
Those were Rena's last words.
さて。
At least you got one last insult in.
最後はさとこちゃんね。あなたは殺しても殺さなくてもどうでもいいの。でもあなたは生きた研究資料だからね。東京はあなたの生きたままの捕獲に懸賞金をつけてくれてるわ。
Oh, that explains her disappearance in chapter 3. That was something else I thought was a little sus.
大した額じゃない。私の取り分はせいぜいヨーロッパに旅行に行ったら消える程度よ。まあ生け捕りにしてもあなたは結局はろくな目に遭わないけどね。
I'd bet in chapter 3 that's what happened though.
生きたまま頭蓋を切開されるのが関の山よ。それに私この場で撃ち殺してあげるのも優しさかと思ってる。
I don't think she considers you a friend still.
どっちがいい？
そんなの決められるわけないでございますわよ。
Satoko shouted back at her. Her eyes were full of tears.
じゃあクイズ。ブロッコリーとカリフラワ
ー。Yo, that's
緑色はどっち？
fucking evil. That is evil.
いえ、ブロッコリー。
How? As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Satoko stopped moving. Takano smiled and said, "Good girl," to what used to be Satoko. Holy fuck, dude. This sequence is... Oh my god, man. For as much as I wasn't huge on the way Keiichi went, Emma literally just getting fucking executed one by one? Dear God.
本当に今夜は月の綺麗な素敵な夜だこと。ね、あなたもそう思わない？
Oh, fuck off.
そして私を殺すのね。
Not that way.
殺すわ。女王感染者の死体が作戦の鍵なの。あなたはここから遠く離れた東京の地での醜い政治的勢力争いの具になるのよ。そして鬼ヶ淵村の伝説のピリオドとなる。
私をどういう殺し方にするか高野の。
あら、わかるの？言ってみて。
I'm not going to say it, but I know it's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi using my body. I'm sure she's planning to cut open my stomach and pull out my guts. To do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part.
想像がついてるよね。じゃあおやすみなさい、リカちゃん。
One of the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance.
高野、
みんな潔く死んだのに、あなたは命乞いなの？
違うわ。私を殺すなら眠らさずに殺しなさい。
She's hoping that by enduring it, she'll remember. Oh my. Takano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Hanyu was also surprised to hear that. It would obviously be a terrible way to die.
どういうつもり？
That's her last way of fighting fate.
楽に死ぬ気がないの？辛いわよ。生きたまま腹を裂かれるのは
忘れないためよ。
Yes, I'm doing this so I'll remember. I'm not going to forget about it.
あなたが私の腹を裂くの。それを私は絶対に忘れない。あなたに再び会った時、あなたが敵であることを思い出すために。
Takano likes to play with fate, even knowing that Rika just said that. I very well think she might do it.
何を企んでるやら。でもあなたは他の子たちよりは少しは賢明みたいね。1秒でも長生きすれば悲鳴を上げるくらいのチャンスはあるかもしれないからね。でもそうはさせないわ。
They forced something other than the handkerchief inside of my mouth. It was a gag. With that in, I couldn't close my mouth, leading my saliva to start overflowing. Soon, another van arrived, and more mountain dogs came out of it. They'd probably come to get rid of the bodies. They grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. They asked Takano how many shots she fired and started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all the evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no more proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. Dude, don't tell me I'm gonna have to read this. Oh no. Oh dear God. It's one hell of a brave thing Rika's doing to hope that she remembers this. My body was bent like a shrimp, and I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered, so I couldn't even talk. I couldn't move, talk, or express myself in any other way. They'd taken away everything that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was just a toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give Takano joy. The car started moving. It seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. As the time of my death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Somebody rubbed my head. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try and refuse. They laughed at me as I did so.
Rika!
Anu showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears. I mean...
ダメでした。ダメでした。また。
Fuck, man. For as harsh as I was to Hanyu, I don't know. If she has to see this so often, I can kind of get why she'd feel the way she has, right? Still, you'd think the fact that she has to see this means she'd be the one most fighting for them to do something, but I can only imagine how devastating it has to be every time. Every time even Rika actually fights, and this is still the result. Like, when I saw Hanyu's painful tears, I was convinced I was wrong. Hanyu's not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too, but her hopes were betrayed countless times, and she was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place.
いいのよ、Hanyu。私たち、あれだけ努力した。
Better than doing nothing.
精一杯頑張った。もう一息で、運命を覆せそうな予感すらした。それでも届かなかったなら仕方がないし。
Yeah.
それにね、なんだか気持ちいいの。
Dude. Fuck, man. I've never fought this hard in my life. Never learned so many things. Because I can repeat my life endlessly, I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else is taking their lives seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. But I finally understand. I learned something from this life, and I put all my effort into it. So, I'm sad that I didn't make it. But I feel satisfied just the same. It's a strange kind of satisfaction. I wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense that I'm going to lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case, I'll lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I've finally found out that Takano is the mastermind. Am I going to repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face.
羽生、私はくじけない。この記憶がたとえ引き継げなくてもいい。がむしゃらに生きていく。6月の狭い日々にしか生きられなくなり、最後には綿流しの日にしか生きていられない存在になってもいい。それが私の生なら、精一杯生きて、きっと。僕も忘れません。きっと覚えてて、もしリカが忘れていたら、きっと僕が教えますから。羽生、あなたはやっぱり冷たい傍観者のふりをしていたのは悲しさに怯えていたからなんだよね。僕もみんなと楽しく過ごす未来に行きたかったです。
Yeah, I was too harsh on Hanyu earlier, man. It was always obvious this was the case. I was too harsh, man. Hani started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyu, are you happy that this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped and 2 men pulled me out of the vehicle. We'd returned to the Furude shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Nearby, there were countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They're going to cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all my clothes. They left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not going to forget this. Everyone worked together, and we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friend's efforts and deaths will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can so that I'll remember the pain.
羽生、目を背けないで。あなたも見ていなさい。そして心に刻んで。僕にはそのくらいの協力しかできないのでしょうか。触ることも喋ることもできない僕にはそんなことしかできないのでしょうか。
Yeah, unfortunately it is.
それで十分よ。あなたが目を背けないでいてくれたなら、私も多分痛みに耐えられると思うから。
Hanyu nodded and sat right next to me while continuing to cry. Dude. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly, as if it's taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. That beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. But Hanyu is right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there, watching me. So I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. I didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This was such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. I'm disappointed. The future was right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself. Keiichi voiced his disagreement. He still felt that we could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough. It took too long to come together.
でも、みんなは心を一つにして頑張っていましたのです。僕は見ていました。全部見ていましたのです。
いや、足りてなかったんだ。運命を打ち破ろうとする意志が全員で結束できていたなら、必ず奇跡は起こせたんだ。
そうなんだよ。全員が信じたなら、必ず奇跡が起こせるんだよ。
聡子もリカちゃまも、みんなよく頑張りました。
ごめんなさいですわ、リカ。あなたが打ち明ける勇気を見せてくれたのに、私はあなたを救えなかったですわ。
Dude, this is so depressing. Satoko held my shoulder and cried.
そうよ。みんなで力を合わせたわ。それでダメなら、仕方のないこと。ありがとう。本当にありがとう。多分、あまたの世界と同じ死を迎えるのに、こんなにも諦めがつく死は初めて。
You died fighting on your own terms.
この死を代償に、私は本当に大切なことを学んだ。リカちゃん、違うの。奇跡が起こらなかった理由。レナは知ってるよ。
Rena spoke gently, but she wasn't smiling at all.
ねえ、本当にみんな奇跡を起こそうと信じてた？未来を望むとき、全員が信じてなかったら、奇跡は起こらないんだよ。
Is the last one left to convince genuinely Hanyu?
何言ってんだよ、レナ。俺たちは結束した。運命を打ち破れることを疑わなかったぞ。なあ、ミオン。
うん、そうだよ、レナ。誰も運命に勝てないなんて思わない。リカちゃんのこの運命を覆したいと思う誰もが絶対に運命を打ち破れると信じてたよ。
I really feel like we're going the direction of it was genuinely Hanyu, right? Like we need Hanyu's help too.
そうですわ。リカですらそれを信じましたのよ。最後の最後に、リカは私たちを信じて運命を打ち破れると信じましたのよ。もちろん、レナも信じたよ。でも、信じなかった人がいると思うの。誰がです？
What? Who can it be?
ねえ、あなた。
Your ass better not be talking to me. Okay, dude, I was about to lose my lid. Rena turned to Hanyu and asked her a question.
あなた、信じてた？運命に打ち勝てるって信じててくれた？触れることができなくても信じることはできるんだよ。あなたも信じてくれたならきっと奇跡が起きた。僕が信じて何が変わったのでしょうか。僕は何もできない非力な存在なのです。僕は見ていることしかできない。受け入れることしかできない。
Like, I mean, we have to believe that it would have changed something.
そんな僕が信じるだけで奇跡が起こせたというのですか？
I mean, in theory, something as simple as Hanyu keeping an eye out, seeing Takano, and pointing things out earlier could have saved us, right? Like, was she the one who stopped time? Shit, if we can do that, Like, if Hanyu can do that, we got plenty of potential reason to believe she could assist us.
ああ、起こせたな。
Keiichi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her. He was just stating the truth.
そうだね。あの時、向こうは7人だった。あなたが信じてくれてたら、それだけで心は7つだった。だったなら、きっと奇跡が起きた。奇跡はね、触れたり、喋ったりで起こすんじゃないんだよ。信じる気持ちが起こすんだよ。
Hanyu had realized that this ending wasn't caused by fate. It was because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept this fate. She started crying again.
名前も知らないあなた。あなたにも、悲しみや辛さと戦う勇気が必要だった。あなたも、運命と戦う勇気が必要だった。あなたが望んだなら、みんなが望む世界に、きっと行けた。それが、あなただけが信じなかっただけで、たどり着けなかったなら、それは、あなたの責任なの。
It was hard to believe Rena could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart, but those words were necessary for me and for her. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put it into action. People suspect others, but they don't trust others. It's easier to not have hope. It's so difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen.
僕は、触れないのですよ。喋れないのですよ。そんな僕でも、信じれば奇跡が起こったというのですか？だって今、こうして、レナとあなたは話しているよ。私は、あなたと言葉を交わしたのは、これが初めてだけれど、いつもあなたがいるのを知っていた。あなたに、言葉をどうすればかけられるか、考えていたよ。私たちが楽しく遊んでいるとき、あなただけが輪の外から眺めていたことを知っていたんだよ。
That Rena and Tuition be hitting different.
だって、輪の中に入りたくても、僕は誰にも見えないし、話しかけられないし。
Yeah, but apparently Rena can feel your energy.
僕を見たら、みんな化け物だと言いますです。僕はもう二度と、化け物と言われたくないのです。
誰が言うよそんなことを。俺たちと一緒にいたなら、俺たちは仲間だ。
そうですわよ。仲間のことを化け物呼ばわりなんて失礼しちゃいますわ。
化け物かどうかは容姿じゃなくて心で決まるんだよね、シオン。そういうことです。まあその見地から言えば私の方がよっぽど化け物ですよ。
頭に角が生えていても、僕は化け物とは呼ばれないのでしょうか？身体的特徴で化け物なんて誰も呼ばないよ。むしろキュートなくらいだよ。
レナに気をつけろ。
Yeah, Keiichi's not lying.
変に気に入られるとお持ち帰りされるぞ。
I realized then that I was standing with everyone, looking down at my own body. I see. I'm finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell.
大丈夫か、リカちゃん。
He endured it to the end.
死んだ人に大丈夫かとは変な話なのです。
You're not wrong. I can't lie. That whole sequence was a little strange. A little strange. I suppose. I don't know, it wasn't a bad sequence, but it definitely was not my favorite ever. Got a little heavy-handed with the themes, is I think how I'll put it. Everyone smiled wryly. It's my first time feeling so much love and death. Everyone is already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly, the world got darker, and my body started to sink downward. I could feel myself disappearing. I still had the sensation of my friend's hands on mine.
行こうぜ、みんな。
そうだね。あなたも、みんなという言葉に含まれてるんだよ。ほら、いつまでも泣いてないで。行こう。
My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Rena offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it.
羽生、あなたが私と出会う前に、みんなは、絶対にあなたを受け入れてくれるわ。僕がいても楽しいでしょうか？僕はみんなに受け入れてもらえるのでしょうか？うん、だから、おいで。
Rena touched Hanyu's hand. It felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. Let's accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? Yes, Hanyu said, with a definite nod. That's definitely it. What's outside of the well? Is it something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? Going to fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world, even if I can get to the bottom of the well again. The key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I can get out or not, I will eventually get to the new world. Higurashi When They Cry. Chapter 7, Minaguroshi. Staff credits. So, we'll talk a little bit as this plays. That ended up being a really good chapter. The pacing in the middle, the whole Satoko arc, I'll be honest, maybe it's a hot take. I didn't think it was good writing, but I felt like it maybe dragged a little bit. Or maybe at that point I just wanted it to chapter 7 to be something it wasn't. Right? I understand that was something we needed to address, like saving Satoko with Teppei, but that part I didn't love, but the beginning and everything after the Satoko rescue arc, holy shit. Right? And the Satoko rescue arc was really good, especially at the end. It was just the middle of it. Right, when they were protesting every day and whatnot, I was like, okay, this is kind of dragging. Like, you know, but even the end of it, the last, 5 episodes have been so damn good. Right, this episode, last episode, the last 2 prior to it, were all so good. So this chapter ended up, as a whole, being really good for me. Even if there was a section that I didn't love. Right, overall, very good chapter. There was some weirdness there at the end. I kind of talked about it as it was happening a little bit. Like, the time stop moment, I was like, okay, that's a little weird. Right? I really thought they were going to have them fight 6-on-6 against the special forces and win. And I was like, you're killing my suspension of disbelief here, right? I understand this is a fiction novel with supernatural elements, but what the fuck? But yeah, that end result, you know what? Any concerns I had with that moment are gone, right? Although it looks like we might be kind of going in a power friendship direction. We'll see exactly how it plays out before I criticize Chapter 8, and how they eventually resolve this, you know? But it was a little strange at times, but overall, I liked the sentiments, right? Even if we kind of got a little anime tropey, power of friendship, time stopping before death, right? Like, oh shit. Emergency Manual 1. If the existence of a terminal patient L5 is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation before the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the L5 subject. To secure the L5 subject is alive. That doesn't need to be there. But if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and preventing exposure will be of the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Yeah. Emergency Manual Appendix 9 FAQ. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? A. Yes. Q. If an accident occurs and a hazardous material, the H-170 series, is exposed to the public, can an Emergency Manual 34 be administered? A. Yes. If an accident has occurred and the nature of the Institute is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making that decision? So what exactly is Emergency Manual 34? Is that the Great Disaster? A. Yes. Q. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of an emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? A. The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it is required. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control and the official sees that this is the case, the UA Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline of how to execute that final resolution. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. The contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief or Chief Officer in executing this manual. If this manual is expected to be executed, the Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. The final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. Son of a bitch. Okay, so I was once again wrong about actually what happened. Fuck. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Himizawa region from the outside world. The official explanation must be that there is a gas disaster within the village. The equipment for the operation will be stored at a vacant lot where Yagochi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach or internal escape, if they do not respond to notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutting down communications. The Communication Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. It must take care not to fall under suspicion, and communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside of the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communication Sabotage Unit. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of the infected and confirm that everyone is present. Be sure to not allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personal belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all the classified items, refer to the 193 items in the appendix, and the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff in the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Strict quarantine must be maintained of the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut, and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance to the area must be welded shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted except in emergencies. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who was not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the infected may be shot immediately. However, if the survivor is willing to surrender, do not shoot and instead take them into the custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive using the same method as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all operations, the Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They must be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to search the concealment block until complete removal is finished. The Queen and her carriers. Goodness, we're just still going. We'll read that in just a second. Okay, so that was the complete description of the Great Disaster, which is very clearly government mandated, which is something I kind of suspected. For some reason, I just didn't really consider the idea that the government, like some government forces may be in line with Takano, and that she had a whole group behind her, rather. And I just thought it was, like, just Takano. So even earlier, like, my idea about what the Great Disaster was once again wrong. I don't think that was a terrible idea, but I guess in retrospect, it kind of was, because they would have all clawed out their throats or violently killed each other. And given that there was no sign of that, then the fact that they were poisoned, right, and died to a gas leak, it makes sense that they were poisoned in some way. This makes a lot more sense, obviously, than what I was saying in retrospect. Honestly, like, I don't think my idea was, like, terrible, but, like, it obviously wasn't an outbreak, now that I'm thinking about it. I thought everything clicked in that moment, but I didn't want to... If I thought about it, I think it wouldn't have held up under scrutiny, but, you know, I just wanted to keep moving. But obviously very interesting, and honestly, some of this could also explain why, certain people were able to escape, or not escape, rather, but they went missing, and were found, or I don't think even all of them were found dead, right? Like Satoko, Tepe, well, Tepe was just dead, actually, that's dumb. Some people were killed while trying to escape, and they very well might have been killed by gunshot. We don't know, I don't think it was specified what happened to the likes of, I think, like Chie and, Kamada, right? Like some of those people. So that's interesting. Suppose, okay, if it was like a whole, like, there's a gas leak, get to this shelter, and then they're poisoned and killed there, that makes sense as to why Keiichi was not, like, found, because he wasn't with everyone, you know? Interesting. Okay, so, I mean, that makes a lot more sense. I mean, like, I suppose I wasn't wrong that it was more or less the end game here. I guess technically it doesn't have to be, right? Like, because reading this, the appendix here, in, like, the FAQ, right, like, about what can cause a situation. There's the tiny chance Irie gave the order. I'm assuming he's, despite, like, the talk of the Irie Institute, I kind of assume, like, is he the Institute director that gave that order? And is that why he killed himself? That's a good question, actually. I mean, what reason would he have to give the order? Is what I'm really unsure of. I shouldn't sit here for too long and theorize. It's 3 a.m. I still have to render this video out. Well, it might not be uploaded tomorrow. But, like, reading this, it almost doesn't sound like this is the end game, you know? Like, maybe this is what happens. Maybe there was an outbreak of L5 because of Rika's body. Like, honestly, like, maybe that is Takano's endgame. She's trying to force the Great Disaster by the L5 outbreak. So, like, there's the small chance I was technically kind of right, and that her goal was to cause that chaos. So that's just what makes the most sense to me right now, looking at that. Like, what would actually cause them to order this? Jesus, man. This is the other thing. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control and the official exceeds that this is the case, the Irie Institute must make the final decision. So they did have to make that decision. So the question then is, did Irie make it before dying, or was he killed so that someone else would make that decision? I'm gonna lean on the second one, but you never know, I guess. Or, well, we will soon. I'm sure we'll know by next chapter, right? Or maybe they don't explicitly tell you, and I'm supposed to infer it from here, and I'll maybe think on that more. But like I said, it's 3 a.m. So let's move on for now. It is assumed that the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There's a queen of the carriers of the disease, just like there's a queen ant, and this position has been passed down the line at the Furude family. This assumption is made based on the legends and ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. As ordinary patients will become ill when they travel far away from the queen, it's assumed that the farther and longer they are away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well, and it's estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. Yeah, so that is what we have definitely seen, so I was kind of right about that at least. It is believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms, but if the patient still shows no improvement, only returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. The Takano relaxation method. Interesting. Concerning terminal patients, as they suffer from an extreme persecution complex, aren't capable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems for their units. Records show that terminal patients appear even in Hinamizawa, and they will not recover even if relocated near the queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predict that should the queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Okay, so, like, well, again, no, I don't see how that can be completely true. Otherwise, this would have happened in Chapter 2, unless Rika just wasn't dead somehow, despite being at the bottom of a well and confirmed dead. Right? Like, maybe I would need to relook at Chapter 2, right? Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. I mean, the thing is, we straight up know Rika died. Like, there is no questioning that. We saw it in Chapter 5, right? For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is to treat them as an armed, anti-national uprising and immediately suppress them with the military. January 1945. To Colonel Koizumi of the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. Okay. So I was right that Hifumi T was Hifumi Takano. And I guess that explains the Takano relaxation method. The question is Hifumi Takano just, Mio Takano's real name? Or is that just like, actually thinking about it, Oh my goodness, we're still going. Hifumi Takano. So I'm just not sure if they, in this scenario, are writing it as last name first or first name last, right? Because if it's first name last, I guess this could be like Mio Takano's mother. But I'm kind of assuming that it's the more typical last name, first name, in which case they have the same first name, and so maybe this is the very same person. Maybe Mio Takano is a little older than we thought. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on there. June 23rd, 1983. Document E420 for the 58th Defense Commissioner and TECOM 733 Commander. I'm calling that TECOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed for urban suppression. The company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases employ those with positive immunity. June 23rd, 1983. Document E711 for the 50th Director of the NIHS. Attention Equipment Testing Company Commander 733, the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Yeah, so, okay. Infection Pathogen Department, Suite 13. Official seal omitted. About the Hinamizawa syndrome. This is information regarding the Hinamizawa syndrome. The Hinamizawa syndrome is an infectious disease carried by a virus. It's a virus. Fuck. It was close. Parasite was a little much. Parasite theory was a little much in retrospect. Damn it. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable or if their queen carrier dies. The main symptoms of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability, paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal, abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as this disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. And in the end, the patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes and they will claw at their throats or wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory for virus control. Advisory notice. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense than parasite. Therefore, no effective preventative methods exist and inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam, and those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the carriers, villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids will cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use the testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If test results come out positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there's still no change in symptoms, seek treatment at HQ, where you will definitely not be executed. Do not use C120 if your test results are not positive. If used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucinations will be observable within 10 minutes. Yeah. If this occurs, one must seek treatment at HQ. Holy shit, man. We're still going. Government officials explained the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. He never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural, but one girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like that exists was surprising enough. But on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use, and now there was a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement. We're gonna disrespect Irie's name.
そんな危険な病気初めて聞いたよ。
はい。国立研究所の説明では、重度感染者の発症に対する治療法は確立したばかりで、全住民への対応は事実上不可能とのことです。最短で24時間以内、長くとも48時間以内に、山村の人口2000人が全て末期発症するとのことです。甚大な被害と影響が予想されます。
The danger of this Hinamizawa syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief secretary. He didn't have anything more to say, but that didn't mean that he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers.
そりゃ大変なことになるのはわかるけど、住民を皆殺しにするなんて、そんなの許可できるわけないだろう。そもそもなんでこんな危険な病気を隠蔽して研究なんかしてたんだ。そもそもそういう事態を招いたのはその関係の連中の責任じゃないのかね。第一、こんな危険な研究は今や日本の国益に貢献しないどころか損ないかねんぞ。
You're about to get killed, bro. GG.
どうして昭和の58年までこんな馬鹿げた研究をしていたんだ。報告書によれば研究目的のために撲滅を意図的に遅らせていたそうじゃないか。しかも汚職をめぐるトラブルの果てにこんな事態だ。これはテロだよ、テロ。東京の老害だ。こんな研究を指示していた人間には全員責任を取ってもらうぞ。いつまでも大戦の亡霊に取り憑かれている連中を追放したまえ。
これは東京の海を出すいい機会じゃないのかね。
責任者の追及は必ず行いますが、それより前に対応を考えなければなりません。
The man standing by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth.
総理、ご決断を。滅菌作戦を承認しない場合のシミュレートを聞かせてください。
はい、今から36時間後には村人のほぼ全員が末期発症。末期的な被害妄想に取りつかれ、反社会的な行為を行います。想定されるのは自殺、殺人、放火、強盗、強姦。治安の完全なる崩壊です。騒動はおそらくひなみ沢地区のみでなく周辺地区へも波及します。結果、世界規模での注目を浴びることになるでしょう。民間の独自調査の結果、奇病が原因であることが発覚するのは食い止められません。野党は奇病の対応の不手際を政争の具に次期選挙を有利に運ぶでしょう。また東京内でも総理の対応に批判が高まるでしょう。彼らの指示は総理の列島改造に欠かせません。そして何よりも軍事目的での研究が政府内部から暴かれる可能性があります。これだけは断固阻止しなくては我が国に致命的信用ダメージを与えかねません。
逆に滅菌作戦を承認した場合はどうなりますか？
はい、自然災害を装いますので、やはり対応の不手際の野党追及は避けられません。ただし奇病研究について発覚することはないでしょう。もし万が一奇病の軍事的研究が世界に発覚したら、我が国はアジア地域でのイニシアチブを完全に喪失します。
他国の援助を受ける政党は一大キャンペーンを張るな、売国どもめ。そうなれば野党の政権奪取は必至だよ。日本は宣戦布告なくして占領されるぞ。
シミュレートの結果では第2党第3党が連立した場合、与野党の勢力は完全に反転します。国際世論は我が国を一斉に非難。国連に対し NBC 兵器開発疑惑の査察を要求するでしょう。近隣国は政府主導でバッシングキャンペーンを展開。高支持率を背景に対日外交を強硬路線に転換します。
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it'd be very hard to do that.
我が国は政治的焦土と化すでしょう。
国際信用はペンペン草一本残らんということかね。くそ、つまりひなみ沢地区と周辺自治体の数十万人だけの問題では済まんということだな。しかし全てを闇に葬るための犠牲が2000人とは多すぎる。
日本国内において生物兵器研究が行われていたことが露呈することだけは避けなければなりません。私はどうやら大戦の亡霊の尻を吹く羽目になりそうですね。
滅菌作戦は計画通りに隠密で実行できるのかね。滅菌作戦が発覚すれば奇病研究以上の大スキャンダルになるぞ。
はい、ご安心ください。それにつきましては自衛隊内の機密保持に特化した専門部隊が当たります。このような事態を想定し研究と訓練を重ねた部隊です。万一の失敗はありえません。
都市沈黙戦という言葉は初めて聞きましたが、これはガスによる虐殺のことですね。
Yep.
自衛隊にガス戦を習熟した部隊があったとは驚きました。
Yeah, there's a unit for everything, I guess.
ガス防護を知るにはガス戦を知らなければなりません。ガス虐殺に備えるにはガス虐殺を知らねばなりません。装備実験隊は日本国が受ける可能性のあるすべての攻撃に対し日夜研究を重ねています。
He let out a small sigh. He couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? But that's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The Irie Institute was one such evil.
明かせぬ研究を葬るために明かせぬ方法を取るか。
罪悪感の伴う任務だが、隊員から事実が漏れ出すことはないのかね。
ありえません。隊員は第一空挺から精鋭を選抜し、 さらに高い忠誠心を持つ者のみで構成しております。実戦はこれが初めてになりますが、連度は極めて高く、内部の機密保持も問題ありません。
Well, they're basically right on that. I don't think any information leaks.
まさに暗殺の専門部隊ですね。
総理、どうか緊急マニュアル第34号の執行にご決裁をお願いいたします。
防衛庁長官、この作戦は必ず成功しますか？事件が大騒ぎになる前に犠牲者を最小限に抑えられますか？
はい、総理。すでに予備命令を発し、作戦準備に入っております。ご決裁がいただければ、直ちに出動して作戦に入ります。
私には人口2000人を虐殺する命令など下せません。ですが、内閣総理大臣として犠牲者を最小に抑える義務もあります。
総理、胸中をお察しします。
長官、どうか犠牲者が一番少なくて済む方法を選択してください。
Perhaps that's why they were so insistent on saving Keiichi.
2000人がどうしても治療できないなら、不必要な犠牲者が出ないよう迅速な対応をお願いいたします。
はい、ご決裁を感謝いたします。必ずや朗報をお持ちいたします。
2000人の犠牲が朗報と呼べるならですがね。奥野君、東京の皆さんに近日中にお会いできる席を設けてください。今回の件について釈明を直接聞かせていただきたいと思います。
わかりました。
ところで、その問題の研究所長の入江氏は逮捕しましたか？
いえ、服毒自殺とのことです。
Real suspicious.
研究の終了が自身の人生を否定されたものと悲観しての発作的行動と思われていますが、何が目的だったやら。
彼を凶器に駆り立てた理由は永遠に闇の中ということですか？
The execution of Emergency Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister. XXX. Director General of the Defense Agency XXX.
皆さん、輸送の都合で荷物を持つことはできません。
They're gonna make me watch this shit? Bro! No wonder they called it the Massacre Chapter! You're gonna make me watch this too!
手荷物は禁じます。繰り返します。手荷物は禁じます。現金、通帳、印鑑の類だけを携帯してください。
Well, they're gonna rob their corpses too. That's crazy.
混乱防止のため車両避難は禁じています。
It was the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them were locking their doors, some of them were watering their plants, and some of them were piling up food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Why did I say dining bowl? Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. The number of policemen and military units in the village added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts the villagers might have had. The more religious among the elderly were convinced that this was the curse of Rika Furude, who had passed away the day before. They were certain that Oyashiro-sama was enraged and that the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center.
なんで兵隊さんは災害なのに鉄砲持ってきとるんしゃ。
皆さんが避難した後の家屋を守るためです。
Yeah, okay, bro.
また、災害に便乗して商店を襲撃するボートに対してです。
南沢にそんな輩はおらんのしゃ。
第一小隊、避難誘導順調。了解。一個分隊を応援に向かわせます。
兵隊さん、じいさまの位牌を持ってんじゃならんがね。
位牌は構いません。急いでください。紹介の方は天候を怠らないように。歩行困難な方は申し出てください。隊員が補助します。
おお、リカちゃまが殺されたからお社様がお怒りになったのじゃ。
お社様、お社様、お社様、どうか怒りをお鎮めください。防災訓練通りに避難しちゃれ。班長は天候終わったら懲戒役員に連絡せんかいね。
鬼ヶ淵から正気が溢れ出したんで、お社様はお怒りだね。
こんなに大勢いるんじゃ助かる方法なんかなかったよ。村で死なせてくれな。
大丈夫です。輸送ヘリとボーガス仕様のバスが回されます。必ず助かりますから。
みんな営林署へ集まれ。4丁目は違うだろう。 郵便局裏の公民館だぞ。
皆さん、防災訓練と同じです。落ち着いて災害時避難場所に集合してください。団体行動をお願いします。一人の乱れが全体の足を引きます。どうか団体行動を。家には必ず戻れます。
The villagers couldn't see the expressions under the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding under there. Soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to their homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask, but the villagers never saw his tears.
引き返してください。車両での避難は禁止されています。この先はガス流で寸断されており危険です。あんたにも硫黄の匂いがわかるでしょう。
Some people tried to leave in their cars so as to take large items with them. However, the quarantine unit had sealed off all roads leading outside. The gas masks of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okonomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy, no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed that the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside, but all they could hear over the radio was loud static. It was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside of the village, so they really were totally isolated. And so, they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They were all like moths, heading toward a light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered, "Ain't that suspicious?" As it turned out, he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had all gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, and some were at the community center. They were to stay in their building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the numbers of evacuees.
万一のガス流に備えて窓はすべて閉めてください。
More like, oh my god, it's to prevent the gas from exiting. That is fucked up.
念のため窓ガラスはテープで目張りします。申し訳ございませんが、ご協力をお願いいたします。
よし、来た。
Asking them to help you seal the windows. Oh my god.
若いのは率先して手伝え。
People started to seal up all the windows and vents with the duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening, even as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived.
全部お社様のたたりなんじゃ。リカ様、リカ様、お社様、お社様。
やっぱりフルデ神社の鬼隠しはお社様のお怒りの先触れだったんだ。
あの日、フルデ神社は鬼の国に飲み込まれたんよ。リカ様は鬼たちに腹渡を食らわれたんじゃ。
They all started saying that the gas disaster was caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends and the two detectives were also the results of the curse. Well, they're correct. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friend's short battle sealed their fate for that night. The more religious villagers had become convinced that the children and the detectives went missing because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth, or they couldn't know. No, not one realized that Keiichi and his friend's efforts had all been in vain. Indeed, in Hanamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oyashiro-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term the curse of Oyashiro-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oyashiro-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious.
サンサ、全小隊が点呼を終了しました。遅れていた自主避難者もさっき最後の家族が合流したようです。全員揃いました。
Oh my goodness.
そう。
Get off my screen.
いよいよね。お社様のたたりが現実となる。お社様の生まれ変わりであるフルデリカを綿流しにするという冒涜によって、お社様の怒りが村に下される。それで、この5年間の連続したたたりは、本当の神罰に昇格される。もう誰にも事件なんて呼ばせない。これは、荒ぶる神の怒りなのだから。始めなさい。
中隊長より全隊員へ彼らのために1分間の黙祷を捧げよう。サンサ、1分だけご許可を。
お好きになさい。
Takano gave him a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak.
天に召します我らの父よ。
Dude, they all know how fucked up what they're doing is.
罪なき彼らをどうかお導きください。彼らの尊き犠牲が、それ以上の犠牲を防ぐことをどうか報いてください。そして願わくば、罪深き我らをお許しください。我らが今日ここにあることをお許しください。
The company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing his sin and continued to pray. Takano was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself.
神がいつ降臨されるのかは誰も知らない。それは例えるなら、泥棒がいつ訪れるのかわからないように。だから予期せずしてその時を迎えて、不信心であったことに歯ぎしりすることがないよう、常に目を覚ましていなさい。エセ預言者たちは、神の降臨を声高に叫ぶであろうが、それに惑わされてはなりませんか。
Jesus Christ. Literally, I guess. God, I hate you, Takano. One man heard her murmurs.
マタイの福音書ですね。
そうなの？祖父の好きだった言葉よ。報われる日がいつ訪れるかわからないから、常に勤勉であれって言葉だと思っていたけど。
Okay, so that's probably Hifumi Takano.
今日が報われる日なのですか？
そうよ。あなたにはわからないでしょうけどね。
失礼ながら、主の降臨は慈悲深いものであるべきだと信じています。このような日にそれを例えられることは冒涜かと思います。
Oh, she does not care. She's enjoying this. He was trying to tell her that using the verse of the Bible was inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny.
ごめんなさいね。あなたは神に試されなさい。私は今日を境に試す側となるのよ。
以上で黙祷を終了する。
And with the end of the silence,
全小隊滅菌を開始せよ。
the order was given in as hollow and reluctant a manner as an order can possibly be.
今こそ私の理想はすべて完成した。文字通りの理想郷がここにはある。ここでは私は神で、私のたたりは永遠に刻まれ、語り継がれるのだ。
And the curse engraved here will be passed on forever. People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. Troopers closed the door of the classroom. People inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. But one old man walked up to the door to open it, because with it closed, it was far too hot inside the room. But he collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him up, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was a very odd sight. What would make for a good example? It would be pretty amusing if they were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched this strange event happen before their eyes. They opened those eyes wider to try and understand what was going on.
ダム戦争をきっかけに、長き眠りからよみがえった荒ぶる神が、不信心なる者を綿流しの聖夜の旅にたたりを下してゆく。その一年一年の積み重ねが、神の復活、お社様の意向の復活、たたりを恐れるという原始的恐怖への回帰。
So they regressed to their primitive fear of the curse. The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms, too. It was happening in all the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, and their futures were taken away so quickly and easily. And nobody doubts the curse of Yashiro-sama.
誰もがお社様のたたりを疑わなくなり、
Perfectly revived from
完
within the
全
belly of
に
its
復
corpse.
活した我は、
Now resurrected into
古
this
きム
world.
クロの腹を内より破りて、 今こそこの世によみがえる。お社様の怒りに触れるとき、地獄の釜が開きて正気があふれ出し、人々は逃げることもかなわず、ことごとく生き絶えるなり。その最後の審判が、たたりが、こうして実現した。
Takano is enjoying this way too much, man. There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone had figured out what was going on, broke the seal off the window, and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal on their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds. What will be left behind when you die? The body will rot down to the bone and be crushed into sand.
焼かれ、骨は砕かれ砂になる。大地の肥やしになる以上の何が残せるの？
I mean, that kind of explains their mindset, to be honest. They're about to get shot.
4名が窓から脱出。発砲許可。撃て撃て撃て撃て撃て撃て。
They got blinked down. Oh my god. What are we thinking? Chie, Kamada, and some of the other people who died escaping. The soldiers shot the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in the silence. It was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer wasn't one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. His shots could be heard throughout the building. The soldiers ducked into the shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate. That was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, but as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. The villagers had no choice. Either they'd die from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they'd find out about the mission and be killed. Dude, this is insane to be reading right now.
脱走者は全員射殺。銃声は駐在警官が反撃したものです。
射殺隊を回収しろ。一般犠牲者と一緒にしないよう注意せよ。
The soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They needed to make sure that they were all dead, not just injured. I will remain a name, a great undertaking, a curse left behind.
名を残した。
I hate how
異形を残した。
her voice in this moment,
たたりを残した。
My presence will be forever
私の
deified
存
in this
在
land.
はこの長く封鎖されるこの土地で神格化されるだろう。
I'll pass that fear on to others.
そして近隣の町にて今日のたたりを逃れた者たちは
Memories of those herds of
たたり
people
を恐れ
will supplicate into me,
その恐怖を人々に語り継ぐだろう。
and I will transcend.
人間の群れの記憶が私を超越した存在へ昇華させるのだ。
Dude, Takano's voice actress is killing this, by the way. Like, actually so
第一小隊
good.
より本部。
Like, that voice pissed me off in a good way.
営林署の滅菌を終了。脱走者4名は射殺。
第2小隊より本部滅菌終了。脱走者なし。
第3小隊より本部脱走者10名以上。現在相当中。制圧は時間の問題。
第4小隊より本部滅菌終了。脱走者なし。
第3小隊より本部脱走者13名。全員の射殺を確認。全員の滅菌を終了。了解。機密保持部隊の全小隊は確認を厳重に行われたし。
Takano was laughing to herself inside of the van. She didn't physically see all those people dying silently. But she saw it anyway. Dude, she is having way too much fun. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. I was gonna say, she looks like she's dancing. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing, even if they were. She was waving her baton. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of this silent funeral march.
3佐、滅菌の完全終了を確認。通信妨害を終了しますが。
いいわよ。
施設処理部隊より定時連絡。機密搬出と溶接封鎖を完了。現在注水中。
交通封鎖部隊より定時連絡。封鎖線は異常なし。
通信工作部隊より定時連絡。通信妨害を終了。電話施設の現状復帰を開始。
Takano was paying no attention at those reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her.
ご機嫌ですね。
Yeah, no kidding.
最高に気分がいい夜よ。あなたには聞こえないでしょうね。この新しい神を称える賛歌が。
賛歌。
Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide.
そうよ。称える歌。神のいなかったこの地に新しい神が誕生した瞬間を称える賛歌よ。このひなみ沢には神などいなかった。お社様という名が残るだけ。神がかつて存在した痕跡が残るだけのただの古ぼけた土地だった。
Funny part is you picked the one village with a real god.
その地に私は再び神を取り戻させたの。どういうことかわかる？わからないでしょうね。今の世界にたたる神が何人いる？人が試すことに耐えられる神が何人いる？一人もいやしない。それを私がたたった。
Takano laughed as if she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that.
たたりなきは神にあらず、たたるゆえに恐れられ、恐れられるゆえに崇められる。それこそが神の真実。神が信仰を生み出すのではなく、信仰が神を生み出すのなら、でも太古の神々はたたったのよ。では、神のたたりとは何なのか。
Proof of their existence.
それこそが真の神の証だった。
I hate that I understand her so well. God damn. Dude, if there's one thing I've gotten really right, it's I feel like I got Takano really right, like her personality. I think the Great Disaster, there were a lot of things there I did not get correct. We're not gonna lie, right? I misunderstood a good bit of that and a bit about the disease itself, but I understood enough to connect most of the dots. Takano? Oh my goodness. I got her down to her motivations, man.
たたらない神など人間に見下された神でしかないのよ。神の宿らぬ抜け殻の土地に神が確かに存在した痕跡を見た私は思ったわ。これは天の啓示だと。ダム戦争が終わるまで明治から100年にもわたりひなみ沢は神を失ってきた。それを私が蘇らせろという神の啓示だと私は思ったわ。そして天は私にありとあらゆる力を貸してくれた。天が与えたわずかの偶然が積もり、芽生えたたたりの芽を私が育てた。育まれたたたりは今や結実し、そうよ、わかる？つまりは今宵は収穫祭。お社様の伝説に刻まれたこの日が訪れたからこそ、お社様の存在は今こそ絶対となる。あなたたちは今は分からなくてもやがて知る。私が成した偉業がどれほどのものか、どれだけ長く語り継がれるか。神はたたる。そのたたりを私は起こす。今こそ我はお社様のたたりなり。我をあがめよ、たたえよ、そして恐れよ。我が紡ぐはたたりにあらず、我が紡ぐは歴史なり。
Takano's voice artist is so good, dude. Oh my god.
歴史はたたりを語り、我が存在を永劫に語り伝えるであろう。我こそはたたりなり。肉でできた実を超越せし者なり。この実がたとえ朽ち果てようとも、我が紡ぎし歴史は永遠に残り続けるであろう。今こそ我は永遠を得たり。
We're genuinely gonna slime you in chapter 8.
我が身を呪えよ人間たち。身が朽ちれば後には何も残せぬ無力さを呪い、そして我が偉大さを知るがいい。我こそはお社様なり。今こそ神の領域に至ったものなり。 我は肉体が滅びようとも永遠にこの地で語り継がれるのだ。我はお社様。我こそはお社様のたたり。我をあがめよ。たたえよ。そして恐れよ。我が紡ぐはたたりにあらず、死にあらず。我が紡ぐは歴史なり。歴史はたたりを語り、我が存在を永遠に語り伝えるであろう。我こそはたたりなり。肉でできた身を超越せし者なり。この身がたとえ朽ち果てようとも、我が紡ぎし歴史は永遠に残り続けるであろう。今こそ我は永遠を得たり。我が身を呪えよ。人間たち。身が朽ちれば、後には何も残せぬ無力さを呪い、悔やみ、恐れるがいい。そして、我が偉大さを知るがいい。我こそは、お社様なり。今こそ、神の領域に至ったものなり。我は肉体が滅びようとも、永遠にこの地で語り継がれて、永遠の生を受けるのだ。
This finally it. Jesus fucking Christ. What do you mean? What do you mean new tip acquired? Oh my goodness. For the main menu, I was like, you're lying. This is not going to continue. Got the scenario jump. Tips reading room has been unlocked. Staff room has been unlocked. Jesus Christ. I guess we'll go through the tip and the staff room first so I can kind of get my thoughts in order. A little bit. And I kind of already talked about the episode in the chapter a little bit, actually, but we'll still just go through with this for the time being. This fragment's end. This is setting up 8. I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle. But we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memory of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she's discovered. What did you think? Do you have fun? Once you find out the answers, collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with, because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. But if you can tell me how to have fun with them even so, that makes you pretty smart. What? You want to know what I play with? I don't play. I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. You found out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. You want to see what's on my mind? Too bad. I'm not showing that to you. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination. It's not for me to share with you. I'm sure the world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination. Even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983, I'm sure this now-ended world will remain one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, if she actually overcomes her fate, it will be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika lives makes for a better story than my boring imagination. You want to know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with Hanyu. She's trying to live her life with all her might. That's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. I'm going there now to check. Do you want to come with me? Yeah, that's the setup for Chapter 8. Alright. They're just alluding to, like, Chapter 8 might be the world. Let's check out the staff rooms, see what they've got to say here. Hi, this is Ch.7. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 7, Minagoroshi. This time around, the scenario was almost like the answer page in a book of riddles. Or maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside all the scenarios up to now. You can take it how you like. I just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing the scenario because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. I mean, okay, I don't really agree with that, but to a degree, you almost can agree. Like, when you're really trying to figure things out, it's obviously the most fun, but the answers can be very satisfying too. The scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. A book of riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. If there are no answers, you can't get any joy out of reading a book of riddles. I regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answer to for this series. Since this world had a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reached what might be called the right answer. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised when reading the story, and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you've sent me. They were all wonderful theories, and someone thought out so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer. Wry laugh. Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I would like to apologize about how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. I don't know what it was like in 1983, but child consultation centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, the government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving them such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter, Matsuribayashi, is going to be the last one of the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi When They Cry, which turned out to be such a long story. I hope you'll continue your kind support. Thank you all very much. 07th expansion, Ryukishi07. Okay. I mean, that was a nice, like, heartfelt, like, author's note, essentially. Kind of like this music, so we're just gonna leave it here. As in, I like this music for the scenario, especially. Fuck, man. What do you say after that? Right? Like, what the fuck do you say after that? Jesus Christ. Let's start by talking about this episode, and then we'll talk about the chapter as a whole. I mean, that's kind of the normal format for the end of the chapters. Fuck, man. This game really does a good job of just leaving you stunned at the end of chapters. Goodness. Okay. I might ramble a little bit. Well, it's 3:40 a.m. I'm gonna try to keep the rambling to a minimum so I can go to bed. So this was an amazing fucking episode. This has got to be my pick for my favorite episode in the game. Like, honestly, right? We essentially got every answer we could possibly need, right? Everything that I felt like wasn't still completely revealed, they were like, here's the answer. All in this episode, really. And a little bit last episode, right? So, I mean, we'll try to briefly summarize the episode. And I do mean, like, briefly, I hope. My definition of brief is often different from actually brief. So this episode, we start by seeing Rika and her group of friends. Like, Rika's reached the day of her death, and she knows it. Hanyu knows it as well. And she decides to fight, right? She calls the police to get protection, right? She's willing to tell Oishi things, right? She tries to find information, and her friends show up, and she tells them everything about the Irie Clinic, right? The disease, right? Everything, right, regarding those two things, especially. And first of all, I mean, it kind of hurts Satoko to learn this. But they decide to believe her, and they decide to fight for her, right? They stay there the whole night. They're waiting for Oishi, who is unfortunately on the way back. He is killed by Takano and her goons. So they stay there for a while until eventually they're like, all right, it's time to leave, and they split off. It's just Satoko and Rika and the two policemen there. And eventually they raid them and they kill the policemen, and Satoko and Rika get away for a while. And they're booking it, and they're caught up to, and Rika refuses to just abandon Satoko to keep her memories. I kind of like that they made it a fake choice. Like, they never really, like, this was never a real choice in Rika's mind, right? She could never betray, especially Satoko, like that. I don't think she could really betray any of her friends like that, in that kind of situation. But especially now, with her faith in her friends, right? Her trust in them, and it being Satoko, she was never going to betray that, right? And so she goes back to fight, and things look like they're about to go south when everyone shows back up, right? Everyone shows back up and fights. They deal with the first group, and the second group shows up, and it's a 6v6 fight, but suddenly time stops, and there's a bullet in front of Keiichi's heart, and Keiichi's about to die. Why time stopped, I don't know. It might have just been a dramatic anime moment. It might have been Hanyu genuinely being like, yeah, I'm gonna give you time for goodbyes. I don't know. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Either way, we got a slightly dramatic moment with Keiichi. I feel like in the moment it probably, like, I don't know. Because the whole time stop thing, it didn't hit me as hard as I feel like it probably should have. It felt a little ridiculous to me. I understand this is a supernatural at times story. Like, I mean, this pathogen, right? Like, this virus that is able to cause everything it can. Like, it's supernatural, right? Like, I don't know. This is not, like, there is obviously, like, some crazy stuff to this story. And obviously, I mean, you have, the world line jumping, right? Like, different, like, to the different fragments, right? And so, obviously, there is the element of supernatural, so you want to be able to suspend your disbelief, but also in that moment, them getting, like, 5 minutes to talk about Keiichi's imminent death, I'm like, it just felt so ridiculous that I couldn't take it as seriously as I wanted to, unfortunately. I genuinely, like, I don't know. I don't want to say that I don't try to criticize games. I do. Higurashi has been so good that I feel like oftentimes there isn't much for me to criticize besides pacing. But for that, I don't know, kind of took me out of the moment. I think I almost would have just preferred that, like Keiichi died. Like, just straight up, right? Like, I guess the problem then is, like, what do you do after that, right? Like, what do you do after that? I feel like maybe an internal monologue would have been enough. Like, an internal monologue with, just Rika and Hanyu. I think everybody jumping in is what made it, like, feel so ridiculous in the moment. But I don't know. Maybe this will somehow, like, will legitimately be explained. I'm not saying that it's not possible within the confines of the story. It's just the way it was done so suddenly really took me out of the moment, I felt like, unfortunately. It was still sad. And Keiichi being like, I guess we lost, right? Or like, I'm gonna die. I need you guys to escape still, right? And everyone, they do their best, but they fail, and they're defeated. They're captured. They're executed one by one, which was so brutal. I mean, that was fucking hard to watch. That's one of the more tough scenes I've ever seen. Is a group of kids getting executed. Like, Jesus, man. Still, shout out to Rena for basically fucking spitting in, like, figuratively and metaphorically spitting in the face of Takano before she died. That was awesome. Being like, you're not going to be Oyashiro-sama because Oyashiro-sama is here, right? And it seemed she got to Takano a little bit, but Takano got the last laugh, unfortunately. And ultimately, everyone is killed one by one, and Rika's the last one, and she has a new plan. She obviously can't escape this fate. She knows what's coming, so she asks Takano to not put her to sleep. Let her be awake and feel the pain, so that Rika rather will remember Takano. She'll remember Takano's face and the pain she felt and what Takano did to her, and in the next world she'll remember and do something, and that's her hope. And that is a bold, brave, courageous move. This moment got to me, right? Like Rika's last conversation with Hanyu, that was getting to me. Like, I don't know if you guys could tell, right? Like, I wasn't trying to publicly advertise it, right? But like, I was like low-key crying. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it wasn't like tears running down the cheeks type crying, but you know, there was a little one like right here, right? Like, just about came out, you know? I mean, that conversation and Rika's courage to one last fight, and like knowing that even in death, right, she feels like she did the right thing, right? Like, she might have made the difference, you know? It was a beautiful moment, and the last moments of her life, were just incredible, really. Rika as a character has shot so much up my rankings because of this chapter. It's astounding. So after this, we get the scene where they're kind of talking with Hanyu, and they're like, so why did we fail, right? What went wrong? And they decide it's because they didn't have Hanyu's belief. So now I think that's going to be chapter 8. They're going to try to get Hanyu on their side. It seems like Hanyu might be able to actually present herself if she so wants to. She just might be avoiding doing so out of fear. Partially like she thinks people might fear her, like view her as a monster, because of her appearance. So she might be able to show herself. We'll figure that out. Or it might have just been because they were dead and in the afterlife, and it's like just we'll feel your presence and we'll feel your belief, and it'll make a difference type of thing. I can't lie, that scene was a little corny. A little on the nose with the themes. But you know what? It was a sweet scene nonetheless. I'm not gonna claim it was my favorite way to, like, you know, really make the themes clear that I've ever seen in a VN. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that was literal peak fiction, even though that's very possibly the thumbnail of the video. Very possibly the thumbnail of the video. I have 2 CG choices. The other one is arguably a spoiler. So I don't know. Anyways, not the point. I'm not gonna argue that was like my favorite scene ever, but you know what? It worked well enough. I enjoyed it. Like, it was like, you know what? We're gonna get Hanyu on our side. We're gonna do this, right? Like, we're gonna do this in chapter 8. Like, maybe it would have made all the difference in the world if Hanyu believed. Maybe something as small as if she saw Takano, right? And pointed her out. Maybe that could have done something. I don't know, right? And that's where the story ends. Just kidding, right? Just kidding. Because then we basically get the lore dump on the disaster, right? We see the manual, right? We see the order being carried out, or like decided on by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. And then we see the order get carried out. And then we see Takano, oh my god, she's gleeful. Right? We see all of her motivations, and I mean, I did a pretty good job picking apart her motivations. I'm not gonna lie. that one is one thing I feel like I nailed. I definitely think I didn't quite nail the disaster. This is interesting. I'm gonna have to talk to my friend. Apparently, at one point, I told him. Apparently, I was right about the disaster at one point. I think I might have mentioned this at some point. Apparently, I was on the fucking money at one point. And because I just had a friend that I yapped theories to for a while, like we would just chill, and he knew the story, right? Because he read it. Not Higurashi. He read this. He read spoilers, read a synopsis, right? And so I was just kind of going back. I wouldn't say back and forth. He wasn't really providing any input. He was just listening to me, like talking about it was how I like came up with my theories. And apparently, at some point, I directly said what caused the disaster, and I don't even really remember it. Right? I don't even really remember, like, saying what really happened, which is, like, interesting, but it was just something I was thinking about, because we finally got it. We see it carried out, we see the order, we see the manuals for it. There's really not any stone left unturned regarding the disaster at this point, right? Like, the disaster is... The explanation for it is essentially that Rika dies because she is like the queen, like, of the virus. Everyone else is going to go L5 within 2 days or so, and so the order is carried out by the government to wipe out the village instead, with a fake gas, or a fake natural gas leak, but actually killing them with gas. Which, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get that. I knew it was fake. Right, I knew it wasn't what they said it was. I think there was definitely a point where I was like, it's definitely like Takano's endgame, right? And it very well might have been the government. I nailed both of those, like, to a degree, but, like, I definitely didn't really get the specifics down. I definitely didn't predict that they were herded up into rooms and killed with, like, gas, right? I definitely didn't get that, right? And there were some small things regarding the disease. Overall, I'm very happy with my theories at this point. I mean, we've seen basically everything there is to see, and I honestly think I did really damn good, right? Like I said, not perfect, but really damn good. Anyways, I was supposed to be giving a summary of this episode, but I basically finished it now. This episode was really damn good. Like I said, this is very possibly my favorite episode this game has ever given us. I think it had a lot of emotional highs. It was fucked up. It gave us a lot of answers, and all in the same episode. And I'm like, that's like exactly what you want from a finale of the penultimate chapter, right? And it's what it's been building up to for 3.5 years now. And so it's very exciting to see that. So let's talk about this chapter as a whole. I kind of talked about it a bit earlier. So go to the credits if you want to see it. So I'm going to keep the thoughts, like I know I said last time I was going to keep those thoughts brief, and they were like 10 minutes long for the summary. I'm going to keep these brief because I literally talked about this during the credits. This chapter was really good. I'm not going to try to rank the chapters just yet, but I can tell you now, 3 episodes ago, my opinion on this chapter was a lot lower than it is right now. A lot lower. I really enjoyed this chapter. It started off super strong with Rika and Hanyu, and seeing Rika build up that determination. I thought the Satoko arc was a little weak. Maybe that's a hot take. I specifically, once we got to the point where we were directly like talking to the town council, that was pretty good. I liked that scene. I liked that episode. And when like the phone call with Satoko in that episode, and especially the phone call from Rika to Satoko, that was really good. Right? There were moments there that were really good. And I enjoyed that part, but like 3 episodes between, like, I guess maybe like Teppei coming back and the town council scene, right? The 2 to 3 episodes in between, those were not, I didn't enjoy them that much. They did not, I don't know. They were just very slow, a little repetitive. Not much was happening, and I understood that was part of the point. But it was, I mean, given how much length that section, like, given how long that section was, it was a little frustrating. But everything before that and everything after that was so fucking good, right? That this is one of my favorite chapters in the game, I think. I don't even know, man. I love all of the chapters besides, like, arguably Chapter 4, right? But it's not even because Chapter 4 is terrible. It's just, like, a little underwhelming compared to the rest, right? You know? It's really not like a shot at Chapter 4. Like, it's not like it was dog shit, right? It was just every other chapter has been so good. I don't know how I'd rank them. I'm not going to try to right now. Or will I? No, I won't. I will figure that out by the end of the series. I'll have my rankings done. To be clear, my plan is to play at least the first arc of Rei. And so maybe I'll focus on it there. Maybe I'll treat the first arc of Rei as the true end of the game. Because I think that's what I've heard, is that it, like, the first arc of Rei kind of acts as an epilogue. So we'll treat that as part of the main series, even if it's technically not. So this chapter was just fantastic, man, as a whole, though. It gave me all the answers I wanted. We had some great Rika characterization. Some interesting things were brought up. We get some... I mean, the Satoko arc was, like, it had its moments. It really helps Keiichi. You see his determination and how it unifies everyone. And that was really nice. And it was just... Rika's obviously the biggest beneficiary of this chapter. At this point, I've kind of talked about this with my two Higurashi friends. I shout out Ira, shout out Nitro if you guys are watching the videos. I mean, I hope you are. That'd be cool. But I talked with them a little. They're the two people I update about the Let's Play, or my playthrough of the game rather. And I basically have told them, I think I've narrowed my favorite 4 characters down at this point. And my favorite 4, especially with everything we've seen this chapter, we've got Rika, we've got Mion, we've got Shion, and we've got Keiichi. Honestly, I might throw Takano in there at 5 at this point, after this episode. It was hard to put the perspective villain up there while they were the perspective villain, but, you know, seeing that they're not perspective anymore and they're exactly who I thought they were, I can tell you I like Takano a lot. She is one of my favorite villains, right? Like, in a game, like, genuinely. I don't normally like villains that are, like, damn near comic book level, like, a villainy. But Takano just works for me, right? Like, it's like, she isn't, like, some villain with a tragic backstory. Well, she might have one. I don't know. Maybe we'll see that in Chapter 8. But the point is, she's not doing this, like, because she thinks this is for the greater good, right? She's not doing this because of, like, like, some deep-seated trauma, right? Like, those are normally my favorite types of villains, the villains who you kind of understand. But I guess that's the thing, I understand Takano, right? Her reasons make sense to me, but they're also so bizarre at the same time, right? They are like, wow, you are a villain, right? Straight up, no doubt, right? It just works for me, and so I'm like, she might be in the 5th spot. The 5th spot might be Rena. I'm sorry, Satoko's easily my least favorite of the 6. I hate to say that. That's not to say that Satoko hasn't had her moments. She's definitely had her moments, but she is definitely my least favorite of the main 6. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Satoko fans. Don't kill me. I'm not saying she's a bad character, right? At all. She's a great character, right? It's just one of those things where when you have a crew of right there 7 characters that are all like minimum, and I'm being like pessimistic with this, minimum B tier for me, right? On the grand scale of characters, right? Minimum B tier, right? Someone's got to be in that spot. It's the exact way I felt with Fate, right? The exact way I felt with Fate. Someone has to be the 7th favorite. Someone has to be the 8th favorite. And that's not even including Oishi, who I really like. I really like Oishi as well. Oishi's great. Toмотake, I like Toмотake. I can't put him above any of those characters. But you're not here for my character rankings right now. We'll really go into depth with all of this kind of more fun stuff and retrospective once the series finishes. I don't know why I spent time doing it here, but I hope you guys found that interesting. Knowing my 4 favorite characters. But I guess actually the reason I said all this, it's getting late and this is when I tend to yap, so I really gotta lock in. So the reason I was saying all this is Rika, she gained so much from this chapter, and that's really what I was trying to hype up, right? Rika before this chapter was not in my top 5. She might have barely been above Satsuko. She might not have even been above Satsuko for me, right? She was fun. You could tell there was something there, right? I mean, okay, we knew because of chapter 4 that something was going on there, and we saw her in chapter 5 and 6, and so the interesting stuff was starting to build. It may be more accurate to say she was probably just barely outside the top 5 before this chapter, right? And I had more of a clearly defined top 3, right, rather than top 4. But this chapter has absolutely propelled her character, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we see from chapter 8, because I suspect we'll see more from Rika. I mean, that might be another chapter about Rika, frankly. I don't know who's going to be the narrator of chapter 8. I'm kind of wondering if we're going to get, like, I don't think we're going to suddenly get, like, Mion protagonist, right? Because I was going to say, I feel like Mion has, in terms of, like, major arcs, I feel like she hasn't had as many as the other characters. Because the biggest arc she had was actually Shion. She's just a consistent presence across all the chapters. I feel like we're probably just going to go back to tried and true Keiichi protagonists. We might go to Rika, though, again. I don't think either would shock me. I'd be kind of shocked if we go to one of the Sonozaki twins, or Rena, or Satoko, right? Something like that. I feel like it's got to be Keiichi or Rika. I'm intrigued to see where we go with Chapter 8. It won't be too long before I start. I can't promise I start tomorrow. I think there's a very good chance I don't start tomorrow. So next episode for Chapter 8 will probably be out on Thursday, if I had to guess. But we'll see for sure. That's, what, 2 days from now? Well, I don't know when this is going to be uploaded. I might not be able to upload this tonight. It's 4 a.m. This is a 5-hour video. I don't think I can render this out before I go to bed. In which case, it probably won't be uploaded tomorrow, unless I upload it later than normal. Sorry, I'm back to yapping. We just gotta wrap this video up. Like I said, fantastic episode. Arguably my favorite episode of the entire game. Fantastic chapter. I don't know how I'd rank it, because I don't know how I'd rank any of the chapters besides Chapter 4 being at the bottom. So, I don't know. But it was a very good chapter. Even if it had its moment of, like, kind of downhill for me for a little bit there. That was, like, not huge on it. But mostly really good. Mostly really, really good. Right? Like, very good chance that this is the highest highs the game has seen for me. I still really like Chapter 5 a lot independently. But the build up to Chapter 7 is what makes it work so well. Right? And so, like, I think this so far is the highest high for me, and we're going to see how the resolution works. I hope it's a higher high. We'll see. I saw people say, like, I think someone said before I started Chapter 7 that this one wasn't as popular. That's crazy to me. Like I said, I wasn't huge on the Satoko arc. I've said that a million times now. But this was a damn good chapter, right? Is this really, like, less popular? That's okay. If that's how people feel. I don't think the quality really went downhill for me. I damn near think it went uphill, honestly. This was an amazing chapter. I'm yapping. I need to wrap this up. So that'll be all for this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed this chapter as a whole. I hope you guys are enjoying Higo as a whole, and I hope you guys are really, like, looking forward to the finale of this game. We're in the end game now. I'm hoping to finish this game by the end of the year. I said that. I stand firm on it, and I think it might be doable. I got one chapter left to go. I got to stay locked in, for sure. Right, no doubt about it. I'm kind of busy this week. We'll see how things play out. I'm definitely busy tomorrow. I've got stuff going, like, a little bit going on Friday, Saturday. I think I got some stuff going on Sunday, so, like, I got a lot going on. But I still think I can finish this before year's end. That's really the goal, man. That is absolutely the goal. I think it's doable. So I hope you guys will join me for the rest of this journey. It's been 3.5 years. We're not hitting 4. I promise you, we are not hitting 4. Right? It's coming to an end soon. I fucking love this game, man. I hope you guys are enjoying the Let's Play as much as I'm enjoying making it. But that will be all for now. Like I said, not 100% sure when the next episode will be out. I'm hoping Thursday at the normal time that I release my episodes. But whenever that episode does come out, I hope to see all of you guys there. But until then, peace.